For this 2023, 100%. Go on! 100% perfect. 100%.
2019 was the year I made my
good afternoon. Hold on. All right, we are back. Welcome back to the Little Box. I am Demetra Lit All Day, otherwise known as Judge Lit, the Lit. And when you enter into this live on a replay, you have just entered the Lit Lane jury box, where we watch the action unfold in real live court cases and trials around the country. This is part 2 of the Ponzi Scheme wife trial. And we're going to get into that in just a moment. Let me greet the Lit Lane jurors who have answered the summons. Good afternoon. Good morning, M. Renee. Good morning. Good afternoon, Betty Boo. Lit Lane Jury Box juror. Good afternoon, Lit Lane Jury Box bailiff. You know, but she be low key with the bailiff and living my best life, OG. Thank you, Living. Good afternoon, Lit Lane juror. Lady Steph. Good afternoon, Lit Lane juror. Barry Carey. Thank y'all for joining me. Please know we are definitely going and growing with this. Now, yesterday, I got a couple of new things. I guess I talked about that kind of stuff at the nighttime when, but let me show you guys something here. Let's see. Stop screen. So this is something Hold on. Okay, so now we're gonna start keeping our legal pad, right? We're gonna start keeping our legal pad ready. So when we be talking about the highlights of each day and the things as it unfolds and our dynamics and everything, I haven't filled it in from yesterday yet. No problem. I'll work on that after the live. But today, for part 2, when we talk about the important parts of what we found out or what we think those key moments, we'll make sure that we be tracking it so we go forward through the trial. Okay, so we are working on different parts and mechanisms of our content. Okay, check out the description box if you come in late. It'll give you a synopsis about the trial. But of course, it's the beginning of the trial, and I'm gonna also start uploading just some video clips cut out from this live that we do. So if you miss a part, you can go just catch the abbreviated version. Okay, so we got a lot in the works. But right now, we are currently on part 2, and it's the end of day 1 for the Ponzi scheme murder trial. It is the state of West Virginia versus Natalie Cochran. She is facing a life sentence for the unaliving of her husband of over 18 years, Michael Cohcran. Fairly young couple. At the time when he was unalived, he was 38 years old. They shared 2 children. He worked in IT. She worked as a pharmacist. On the side, they jointly ran a business, whereas they filled in contracts, government contracts with supplies and what have you. They took investments for that. Now, it's alleged that let me get the date here. Oh, Lord, I got so many notes from yesterday from last night. Okay, so I got to find those particular ones. But anywho, in 2019, it is alleged that Natalie Cochran, that's pictured on the screen, unalived her husband Michael by poisoning him by way of insulin. He collapsed. She did not take him to the hospital for hours and hours. By the time someone else came over, she did some strange things. One of the things that was strange was when he collapsed on the floor, she didn't call 911. Instead, she called some construction workers to come help her move the body from it. Well, he was alive. To move her husband, who was collapsed and unconscious, from off the floor in the kitchen and onto the couch where he lay for hours. Instead of calling 911, she took pictures of him and sent it out on text to people. Okay, living. Finally, when he get to the hospital, he is beyond repair. He got swelling on the brain, all type of things. It became fatal. They put him in hospice that same night. 5 days later, he passed away. It is said that Michael, her husband, her business partner with the government supply deal, was not aware of the fact that Natalie had turned the business into a Ponzi scheme, stealing over $2.5 million. She has been convicted of that. She was sentenced federally to 11 years for the Ponzi scheme. But because the state is saying their case is because he wasn't a part of that, because he found out about it and he was threatening or making moves to turn her in, about that. That's why she unalived him. Yesterday, the first witness was kind of long and drawn out, but it was a detective, I think, for the federal part of it. And his whole thing about testifying was to let us know that the state, the government, not the state, did not find that her husband, Michael Cochran, was a part of the Ponzi scheme. He was never indicted. The second witness that came on the stand was the neighbor. Now, the neighbor is the one who was supposed to give her the insulin, supposed to have allegedly given her the insulin. She supposed to have borrowed it from the lady until she got her prescription filled because she had cancer and insulin helped with the cancer some type of way. So that's who she is alleged she got the insulin from. The neighbor got up there and said, yes, she helped her with her children. She a pharmacist. She did help with her son who had the insulin. She showed the text message, whereas, Natalie didn't come out and just say, hey, can I borrow a vial of your insulin? She pretty much said about how she couldn't get her prescription filled yet and how she hadn't got it yet. And so the neighbor ended up just saying, hey, you can have one of my vials of one of my son's vials of insulin until you get yours, being a good neighbor. The neighbor says she dropped it off over there. Welcome back to the Little Lane Jury Box, Kathy Smith. Welcome back, B.A. Sage. Good to see everyone. Good to see you, ladies. The neighbor testified because they were somewhat best friends. The lady had, what was her name? Dang, I can't find my notes from yesterday. They were somewhat best friends. Oh, here they go. I found my notes. Hold on. Jennifer is neighbor. First real impactful witness. Because they were somewhat best friends, she was able to text back and forth. She gave her the bottle of insulin. Natalie, that same day, somehow or other, her husband fall out, the victim on the floor, on the kitchen floor. Natalie texts Jennifer the picture of the man on the floor. Now, what's strange to find out was a couple of things. Jennifer said at one point in time when Michael was in the hospital, beyond repair, beyond repair. Thank you, Living. And when Jennifer, one of her best friends, say, well, I wish I can, is there anything I can do to help you? Hey, Ronnie Q, welcome to the Little Lane Jury Box. Is there anything that I can do to help you? One of the strange things that Jennifer said on her testimony yesterday was that Natalie said, yes. Can you help me hold the pillow over his face? I hate seeing him like this. What a strange comment. Her friend and neighbor also testified that while Michael was laid up in the hospital with swollen, unconscious, never regained conscience with his brain swell, that the defendant sent her a text and said, I wonder if his brain swell going to affect the mean part of his brain. Very strange, indeed. So that's where we're at, and we're going to that's what we gathered from part 1, because the real-time trial today is day 4. We are on part 1 of our trial watch, and we're getting the last witness from day 1, and we're going to head into day 2. I thank you guys for joining me here on this live. We are about to get into this trial watch. Of course, please hit the like. And thank you, Roddy Q, and everyone for liking the video and sharing the video. Let's get this up. And let's get started. Before we get started, ladies, Steph has helped us. A Ponzi scheme is a fraudulent investment scheme that pays early investors with the money from new investors. The goal is to make investors believe the investment is profitable, but it is not. And you're going to hear about the Ponzi scheme. This is the Ponzi scheme wife trial, because the whole motive in this that's alleged, the motive was she unalived Michael, her husband, in order to keep him from reporting her to the government for the Ponzi scheme. Let's go. Thank you, Lady Stell. Let me put my earphones on. Let's see. All right, let's get started. One other recap. Let me recap this. Now, I want to give this recap in case you want to hear yesterday. This is going to be a very interesting trial watch because the defense team, they're hyper aggressive, they're hyper vigilant, they will object to everything, they will sidebar everything. So yes, indeed, it's going to make for a good one. Let's go. Welcome back to the jury box, Jill.
You will raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
You may have a seat right there. All right, Ms. Acorn.
Could you please state your name for the record?
John Hamilton,
And how are you employed?
West Virginia State Police.
And just for the jury's benefit, today you are testifying in your capacity as a civilian citizen. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with Mike and Natalie Cochran?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall how you met them?
Through football.
What sort of a relationship did you have with them?
We were friends with them.
Were you relatively close friends?
At the time, I thought we were.
Just very briefly, did you and your wife invest in either of the Cochran's companies, TMS or TSG?
My wife did.
Okay. Do you recall what the outcome of that was?
As far as gaining money, losing money, is that what you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
We lost money in it, ma'am.
Okay. Does the date of February 6th, 2019 stand out to you for any reason?
Yes, ma'am.
And why does that stand out in your mind?
It's the day that I was summoned to their house by Natalie. She told me that Mike was sick and that he had a seizure, and if I could come help her get him on the couch.
And did you go to their house at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall about what time during the day it was that she informed you that Michael was sick?
It was in the early morning hours, ma'am, maybe 10, 11, something like that.
And about how long did it take you from the time that you found out Michael was ill to get to their house?
Roughly 20 minutes.
What happened once you arrived at the house?
Once I arrived at the house, ma'am, Jonathan and Jason already had Mike up on the couch. They were still there. Natalie was there. I asked her how she wanted to get Mike to the hospital, if she wanted us to drive him, if she wanted to call an ambulance, or how she wanted to get him there. And she told me that she would let him sleep it off because he'd had a seizure.
And just to back up a little bit before we go on, who are Jonathan and Jason?
Those were her contractors who worked for her full time.
Did you take any action with regard to Michael at that point?
No, ma'am. That's whenever I called my wife. I asked her, I said, hey, I said, Natalie doesn't want to take Mike to the hospital. I said, see if you can come down here and get her to take him to the hospital.
And what's your wife's name, sir?
Stephanie Hamilton.
Were you still at the Cochran residence when your wife arrived?
Yes.
Did you observe her take any action with regard to Michael?
Yes, she, I'm not exactly what all she did do, but she also told Natalie that he probably needed to be seen, this and that, and we could get him to the hospital. We could she even mentioned Chris Davis's plane. We could fly him down there. And she just, once again, just told us that he'd had a seizure and she was going to let him sleep it off.
And you heard all of that with your own ears?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you already kind of touched on this a little, but what did Natalie tell you happened that caused Michael to end up in the state he was in?
She said that he was in the kitchen and had a seizure.
Have you ever seen him have an episode like the one that she described?
No, ma'am.
About how long did you stay at the Cochran residence that day?
It was for a couple hours at least, ma'am.
And before you left the residence, who was still there? At the time that you went to leave, who was at the Cochran residence?
I think it may have just been me and her.
Okay. And what led you to make the decision to leave at that point, since Michael had not yet been transported to the hospital?
She just said she was just going to let him sleep it off, and he was just still laying on the couch, ma'am.
Okay. Did you ever see Michael alive again after that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination, Mr. Victor.
Just briefly, officer, what is your rank?
I'm a corporal.
Corporal. You are not in uniform today because you're testifying as a civilian, in a civilian capacity.
Yes.
You're still on active duty, right?
I'm sorry,
You're
sir.
still active as a police.
Oh, yes, sir. I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
All right. Well, let me ask you this. You said on direct that you've never seen Michael in a condition like this, right?
Never, I mean, just not in a seizure, sir.
Not on a seizure.
Yes.
But you saw Michael in a hospital on prior occasion.
Yes, sir, I
you?
did.
And that would have been in November of the previous year. So that would be 2018, right?
Yes, sir. It's November, sir.
What was he in the hospital for?
As far as I know, sir, he was sick and they never knew what exactly was wrong with him.
Okay. And why were you in a hospital, sir?
Why was I there?
Yeah.
We went down to check on Mike, and actually me and Chris Davis and Jason actually spent the night with him because they said that he was flailing around and this and that, and they were going to have to restrain him. So we said we'd stay there, so he wouldn't have to.
Okay. So were you an intimate friend with the Cochrans, or were you just friends through the Davises? How was it?
We were friends through football, sir.
Okay. Football. What football? Give me some.
Like miniature football.
Oh,
like
miniature football.
Midget league football. So
Oh, I see.
that's how we become friends with them.
Okay. Okay. So in November of that year, of 2018, Michael went to the hospital twice, right? That would be
Yes.
October 31st, you went to the hospital. Right?
Mhm.
You knew about it, right?
Yes.
What was wrong with him?
I'm not sure, sir.
Nobody knew, right?
Mhm.
Did he have a seizure? What did they say? To the best of your recollection.
What did they say?
What did they say in the hospital?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
All right.
Sustained.
How did he behave? What symptoms did he have when you saw him?
Whenever I saw him, sir, he was asleep.
Okay. And I'm talking about October of 2018.
I don't know if I saw him that day or not,
Okay.
sir.
You saw him, however, in November of 2018 in a hospital.
Yes, sir.
Which hospital would that be?
I think CAMC, sir, or General,
Would
one of the
that-
two in Canal City.
In Charleston?
Yes, sir.
And what was his condition? What did he look like? How was he acting?
He was asleep whenever I got there, sir. He'd been sedated, I believe.
Okay.
And the next day, whenever he got up, he was talking and this and that.
He slept all day?
No, the next day, whenever he woke up, sir.
Okay, so he woke up the next day?
Yes, sir.
So he slept just like he slept here in the home of February, in February of 2019, right?
But this night he'd been sedated, sir.
Okay. Well, you don't, well, that's what they told you, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when he woke up, he was agitated
Yes, sir. Down to hospital he was.
and he had to be held down, right? By you and Chris and somebody
That's why he
else.
went there, sir. So they wouldn't have to restrain him, sir. Yes, sir.
And of course, at that time, didn't he tell you that he would never go again to a hospital?
Yes, sir. He did.
It was a waste of time.
Yes.
Right. Did you know what kind of medication he was taking at that time?
No, sir. I don't.
And when he said that he was not going to go back to the hospital, he said to tell everybody that he was not going to be caught in a hospital again, right?
I don't remember the exact words, sir.
All right. It was not only a waste of time, but also a waste of his money because that
Yes.
was expensive. Wasn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you went to the Cochran's residence in February of 2019, Michael was already asleep, you said,
He was on the couch, yes, sir.
on the couch. You don't really know what caused his condition, do you?
No, sir.
You don't know whether he was injected with something or whether he hit his head against the counter or whether he just collapsed, right? or whether he just collapsed.
She told me, sir, that he had fallen in the kitchen
Okay.
and he had a seizure.
Okay. You didn't see his medical records from October or November of 2018, did you?
I never saw his medical record, sir.
So you wouldn't know whether his condition in 2018 was the same as in 2019.
No, sir.
Okay. Now, did you know about all the steroids that he was taking,
No, sir.
or any substances that he was taking?
No, sir.
Was he a bodybuilder?
Yes, sir. He stayed very fit.
What did he do to stay fit? I mean, was he trying to participate in some bodybuilding competitions? What was he doing?
As far as I know, sir, lifting weights.
Lifting weights. Was he talking about participating in any kind of I don't know, Mr. Universe competitions or anything of that kind?
Never told me that, sir.
Never told me. Now, when your wife arrived at the Cochran's residence, she took all kinds of vitals of Mr. Cochran, didn't she?
I can't remember exactly what all she did do, sir.
Oh, okay. But you don't know the results or anything?
No, sir.
Okay. And your wife, I understand, is a paramedic, right?
She's a physician assistant, sir.
Or physician assistant.
Yes, sir.
So she knows something about medicine.
Yes, sir.
Did she believe that Mr. Cochran had to go to the hospital?
Yes, sir. She also told Natalie to take Mike to the hospital.
Okay. Did Natalie mention anything to you about Mr. Cochran not wanting to go to the hospital?
Yes, sir. She did.
And you heard that before from himself?
Yes, sir.
You testified on direct that you lost in the business ran by Michael and Natalie. How much did you invest with them?
Sir, that was my wife. I had nothing to do with that.
Okay, so you personally didn't lose any money?
No, sir. That was my wife. She was the one that dealt with Natalie on that part.
Right. But would you agree with me that the marriage lost the
Yes,
money? You don't know how much, do you?
I couldn't give you an exact figure, no, sir.
Okay. All right. Did you know Michael before the day he went to the hospital, or he had that seizure, or whatever happened to him in February?
Did I know him, sir?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Did you see him the week before, or a week before, or 2 weeks before February?
I'm sure I probably did, sir. Maybe.
Did he appear sick to you?
I do not remember, sir.
Okay. How about November or October, late October of 2018? Did he appear sick to you, or did he appear any maybe lethargic, or in any condition that would display some type of illness?
I'm not sure, sir.
Okay.
I'm not going to give you a yes or no on that there because I really don't remember, sir.
Okay. All right. Do you know whether Natalie Cochran had any insulin in her house?
I'm not sure if Natalie, are you talking about on that day, sir?
Yes.
I am not sure if she did or not, sir.
Okay. And you knew the Davises, right?
Yes.
Obviously. You knew about the unfortunate fate of their son, who had pretty serious diabetes.
Yes, sir. He's also has a pump, sir.
Yeah, he had a pump, and he was using insulin, right?
Yes, sir. Through his pump.
And the pump and well, insulin itself, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know whether Natalie has ever had any of his insulin?
I do not know, sir.
Okay. Did you also know that Michael had a back problem?
I do not remember if he had a back problem or not,
Okay.
sir.
Were there any sports activities involving the adults that you and Michael participated in?
Not that I participated in, sir.
Oh, okay. Do you know when your wife decided to invest in Michael and Natalie's business, who did she contact?
Who did she contact?
Yeah, about the investment.
Actually, I believe Natalie contacted her, sir.
Okay. Did she have any dealings with Michael?
No, sir.
No. Okay. Did you ever know about Michael's business, the investment business?
No, sir. I don't know which business you're talking about.
Did you know anything about his medicine intake?
No, sir.
Okay. Nothing about any steroids or anything, any other medication, legal or semi-legal?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, if I may have a moment.
Certainly.
Okay, so while you have a moment, so this is the lady who
Did you
said all
ever-
the other stuff.
well,
Husband.
Did you visit Michael in a hospital after his back surgery? Do you recall that?
I don't remember him having back surgery, sir.
Okay. All right. That's all I have. Thank you.
Very well. Redirect Ms. Akers.
Just very briefly, Your Honor. When you saw Michael in the hospital in late 2018, how did that compare with the condition you saw him in on February 6th of 2019?
As far as just his condition, ma'am?
Yes, the condition that you were able to observe yourself.
Well, on that right there, he actually woke up when we saw him back then.
And that leads me to my next question. Did Michael wake up at all while you were there on February 6th?
I think he woke up one time where my wife was talking to him because I think she said that she was going to take his temperature or something like that. And he opened his eyes and looked at her. And I think she said something like, "Don't hit me, Mike, 'cause I'm going to take your temperature."
Okay. And that's the only time you're aware of that he woke up that day?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Anything further, Mr. Victor?
If I understood your testimony correctly, though, when you visited Michael in a hospital in November 2018, you didn't stay overnight with him until he woke up the next day, right?
Yes, sir. We stayed the night.
Oh, you
with
stayed.
him. Yes, sir.
So it took him a whole day, and took him until the next day to wake up.
I think we got there late the evening, sir,
All right.
maybe 10 o'clock or so. And he maybe woke up the next day, maybe 8, 9, something like that, sir. I couldn't give an exact estimate.
And you left the Cochran's home in February of 2019 at what time?
I don't remember exactly what time it was, sir.
So how many hours did you stay there?
Probably 2, 3, maybe something like
So
that.
of course you stayed longer with Michael in November of 2018 than in February of 2019.
Yes, sir.
So you have no idea whether he would have woken up after 6 or 7 hours or overnight, or how long it would have taken for him to wake up. It was actually in November that he took 6 or 7 hours to wake up, right?
Yes, sir.
So there's really no difference between his condition in November and February of next year based on how long he slept, is there?
No, sir.
All right, that's all.
Anything further, Ms. Akers?
I just have one more question, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Okay, so we ended up day one, and I'm going to take this down because while he was giving his little testimony, right, he didn't really have a whole lot to add as far as, his wife really elaborated on things. But while I was listening to that and letting it get through, I was also working on the trying to get these notes together because there's a couple things I left off that's very important, right? So one thing I forgot, I forgot, but I didn't say during my recap. One moment. We pretty much know what the state is saying, But yesterday with the witnesses, the defense brought out some very, very interesting points to counteract the state. One of them being that, okay, if she did get the insulin from the neighbor, how y'all know she used it on him? There's no proof of that. The defense say he had several ailments that had him going in and out the hospital. And then the defense also says that a full bottle of the insulin was found in the defendant in the household months later, months after he passed. And the biggest point is that they seem to be making the case that Michael was a steroid drug user of a huge amount, right? They even said he had a locked refrigerator, his own, no, not a locked refrigerator, that he kept a locked medicine cabinet that was just full of all his medications and the steroids. They say foreign steroids. Now, it also seemed like the neighbors, the husband who we just saw and the wife who testified yesterday, quite honestly, they was living very affluently. The man who just got off the stand was not only just a neighbor and friend, but at one point in time, he served as the couple's attorney. But I guess after they finished, they scammed him and got all that money, he stopped representing her, obviously. And they obviously more affluent. You're going to hear testimony here of when they called the guy who just got off the stand, they had called to borrow his airplane. So it's money involved, lots and lots of money. Let's see. Okay, so we're going into day 2. That explains why he was not concerned about the money they lost in the scheme. They have plenty of money. Right. They have plenty of money. And in my personal opinion, it seemed like the Cochrans, they wasn't as established, because it seemed to me like these people here, their neighbors had them doing all their errands. Michael, the victim, he was going over there hanging up ceiling fans and running and stuff and errands, and Natalie, the defendant, she was going picking up their medications from the pharmacy and doing all that kind of stuff. You can definitely tell who had the more of the clout. All right, so let's get into day 2. I got it here. Let me pull it up. Now, another big note is why they keep giving that excuse about he don't want to go to the hospital. I ask you guys, if somebody told y'all they hate hospitals and they don't want to ever go to the hospitals, and hospitals not worth nothing and too expensive, just because somebody say that, does that mean that when they fall out on the floor, pass out, collapse on the floor, you don't know what they had a seizure, they unconscious for hours? Common sense tell you to take them to the hospital no matter what they're saying. So I'm not buying that defense they keep saying. And for her to be a pharmacist, that don't make no sense. Okay, hold on. Here we go. All right, we're getting into day 2. Thank y'all for joining. Oh, is it on silent? Yeah, that's what they got. Okay, so the Bible gonna come on in a moment. And of course, I'm watching this unfold right along with you guys. So I don't know what's gonna happen at any given moment. Lady Steph, did I fix that? What you told me about? I don't see where you asked if I fixed it or not. Dang, it seems like you don't start forever, then it start. Let me just be patient. Well,
The
something
West
wrong with their
Virginia.
volume, the cameraman.
That later morphed into a,
Mountain
Yep,
State
something must be wrong with
University.
it.
and it's now,
West Virginia Tech.
okay, all same place,
Yes.
different name. Now tell us a little bit about.
Oh,
your
no,
role as
okay.
a physician's assistant. What's a physician's assistant do?
So a physician's assistant is a layman term, was a mid-level practitioner. Now we're called advanced practice practitioners, and we do everything a physician does except for we prescribe medicines, we see patients, we assist in surgery, do small procedures, basically anything that the physician does. We're trained on the physician module.
What was your first job as a physician's assistant?
I worked in pediatrics
Where?
at Begley Pediatrics. I worked for 5 years there.
Where did you go then?
MedExpress.
And now you're currently employed where?
Reno Medical Center.
Are those the three professional positions you have held as a physician's assistant?
Mainly the ER and MedExpress for many years. At Princeton ER, MedExpress at the same time. I did a dual job. I worked in ENT for 4 years, and then he closed his practice to go to Virginia, and I could not go with him, so I went to Reno Medical Center.
You're familiar with the Cochran family?
Yes.
Did you meet them through a professional, your physician's assistant position, or some other appointment?
No, through youth league football. Our son played.
Did you know Michael Cochran?
Yes.
And you know Natalie Cochran?
Yes.
Could you be a little more detail? How did you get to know them? You said through football, but what kind of relationship did you have with Mr. and Mrs. Cochran?
So I met them through football. Michael was one of Hunter's coaches for a while. Hunter is our son.
Okay.
And Michael was always very nice, cordial, speaking. Natalie was a little standoffish. There was a lot of things going on in the youth football, a lot of problems and conflict.
I'm not going to object to this type of testimony. There's the comment on the defendant's character and the vague testimony about some problems that we do not know anything about.
Jordan, could I respond to that?
Certainly.
You didn't mention anything about this was somehow the defendant's fault.
No, I did not. I just said there was conflict in the youth football program in general.
The objection is overruled. Continue, please, Mr. Truman.
Thank you. Do you have a time frame as to when Hunter and Mr. Cochran were involved in youth football, and that's how you got to know the Cochrans? What?
Hunter started playing in 2015. I think Michael was his coach around, 2015, 2016 is when we got to know Michael a little bit.
So it's been a fairly long-standing relationship with the Cochran.
Right.
How did you generally communicate with the defendant?
Through text.
Was that the primary means?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I ask that this bind to be marked as states.
All right.
So we totally missed her name because they had a audio problem. I know, lady self, right? It took me forever to fix that. I had a hard time.
Counsel's been shown a copy of the exhibit.
So I can gather that she's a
And I'd
friend
like
of the
to
couple.
begin this as a witness for.
Also has a medical background, so.
Certainly.
Just gonna hand you what's been marked for identification is ask you to just briefly thumb through it for the purpose of saying what it is.
It's text messages between me and Natalie Cochran.
How do you know you were texting Natalie Cochran?
Because in my text, these are my text messages, but it's Natalie, it's the contact. She's speaking about Michael, we're speaking about money.
Okay. So you're confident that these are, in fact, are these screenshots from your phone?
Yes.
I'd ask that the state's be admitted.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Stage 3 is admitted into evidence.
Ask you to take a look at one of the items that came from state 3. I call your attention to information that came to you from the defendant concerning her health. Is that the way you remember it?
Mm-hmm.
So the defendant advised you that she'd been diagnosed with cancer, and that was in January of 2019, correct?
Yes.
Also from State 3, I ask you to take a look at this. And this one may require some explaining. It should show up on that monitor.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Say you are bending around. Take a moment to just review that.
Your Honor, could we have a date? It has timestamps, but we have no idea when this was occurring.
That's fair. Leave it January. Well, back up. Tell us when that conversation took place.
That one should have been in February.
I hate how they
The
showing
fourth.
these text messages. Oh,
We're
God.
talking about February the 4th, 2019.
Yes, sir.
It gets a little bit confusing because at the top of this document, it's got a January 1, but that's when the screenshot was taken as opposed to the actual conversation, correct?
Mhm.
Okay. Now, when the defendant is telling you I can administer that, what's she talking about?
Right.
She had texted me and told me that she had had pneumonia. And she was still coughing really bad. And she wanted to know if she could get some steroids. She asked me if I told her that was fine. I usually do pills. She asked for a shot. So I was gonna give her that, send it in for her to the pharmacy, and I asked her if she wanted me to come by and give it to her. She said no, that she could administer it.
And what did you prescribe for her pneumonia?
Solumedrol,
Generally speaking, what is that?
that is a steroid.
And that's the medication you offered to in pill form, but she wanted an injectable.
Prednisone pill form, but she wanted an injection. She asked for solumedrol.
Okay. And an injection, is there any way to use the item you prescribed, the specific item, without needles?
No.
Try to get to the next item. The defendant's telling you about the morning of February 6th.
Yes.
from a physician's assistant's perspective, is there any significance to 103 degrees?
Well, you're pretty sick, probably.
Okay. It seems like such a stupid question, but I got to ask it anyhow. How would anybody determine their precise temperature to 103 degrees?
By taking it with a thermometer.
No.
And why you look confused?
That's a quick time indicator on it.
Let's pause it here because they don't have the best presentation of these. So let's make this bigger. It says on this text message, let me read it. It say the first one says, okay, I will. Mike is getting sick too. Maybe just lay in bed today, tomorrow, or Friday. And then a lady on the stand says, oh no, I don't blame you. I hate y'all. Y'all are sick. If you need me to get you anything or whatever, let me know. Then Natalie says, no, it's all good. You just focus on your little guy. Then this lady say, thanks. And then Natalie say, he feeling better? Swelling going down? And the witness says, swelling looking better, still very conscious, but not as emotional. And then Natalie say, well, each day is getting better. It has to. Okay, now that's the part that's on the screen right now. Let me tell you. Okay, one moment. I'm going to have to read these text messages like this because it might be showing really small for you guys. One moment. Let me push play. Okay, I'm trying to get it back playing. I got a lot of stuff going on with this computer. Lord help me. Oh, that's from when I took the screenshot. It's trying to save. Okay.
Telling me that Mr. Cochran is sick too, correct? Just a moment. Do you recall getting a request from JD, your husband, to come to the Cochran home?
Yes, I do.
About what time was that?
About he had came and told me that Natalie had texted him and said she needed help, and he was going to her house. So he left, and 30 minutes later, I want to say 12:30-ish, he called me and told me that Mike was sick and that he needed me to stop by the house. And I said, you know, for what? And he said, because I cannot get her to take him to the hospital. And I'm hoping that if you come here, that you can convince her to take him to the hospital.
Did you go to the Cochran house?
I did. I was headed to a meeting at the Board of Education, so I said I would stop on my way. And I think I got there at like 1:11 is what my timestamp said.
When you got there, what did you see?
Michael was laying on the couch John, one thing on the phone that John had asked me to do was to bring a thermometer, that Natalie didn't have one. So, when I got there, he was laying on the couch sleeping. Michael was laying on the couch sleeping. She had the blood pressure cuff on his arm. There was numbers on it as if it had just been taken. She had the pulse ox on his finger, which monitors like oxygen rate and pulse rate. And that all looked normal. Nothing alarmed me when I saw the numbers. The only thing I had with me was the thermometer that they had asked me to bring, which was a ear scan. I walked over to him and
Walked over to Michael?
to Michael. He was laying on the couch and went to take his temperature and told him, Michael, this is Stephanie, because I knew how Michael was. If he had just woke up and saw me standing there, he might punch me. So I said, Michael, it's Stephanie. Don't hit me. I'm going to take your temperature. And he turned his head towards me. I took his temperature. It was fine. And then he was laying on the couch. They had a recliner that kind of sat behind the couch. And I sat down on the recliner. So his head was behind. I was behind his head. He was in there. And talked to Natalie and John for a few minutes to see what had happened and what was going on.
What were you told had happened?
I was told that, I knew.
Unless it's a statement of the defendant, I object to hear.
Fair enough.
Thank you for that 1999 super chat, living best child chatter ever. Child, yes, from your lips to his ears. Thank you for the support.
Tell you what happened? Did Natalie Cochran tell you what happened?
Yes.
What did she say?
She told me that they had been sick that morning, which she had said through text. She said he was throwing up and he had a seizure or something in the kitchen and fell on the floor.
Did anyone tell you that, did the defendant tell you he hit his head at all?
No. I asked her 3 times if he hit his head, and she said no.
Okay. When you were able to physically see Michael Cochran, could you see any evidence that he hit his head?
No.
Did you look for that?
I was sitting behind him. He was laying on the couch, and as we were talking and her explaining how it went, I was, looking at his. I didn't see any like scratches or bumps or any bleeding or anything from his head at all.
Did you talk back and forth with Michael Cochran that morning?
Not that, just at the house when I said I was going to take his temperature. That's all I said to him.
Did he say anything in response?
No, he turned his head to me.
Did you ever hear Michael Cochran say anything during the time you were there?
No.
Was he awake or asleep?
Sleep.
Total time, if you were estimating that you were in the house, would be what?
28 minutes.
Of the 28 minutes, during that period of time, Michael Cochran was on the couch.
Mm-hmm.
The defendant was present?
Yes.
Was John there too?
Yes.
Jake, your husband?
Mm-hmm.
Was anybody else there?
No.
Did you get a picture of Michael on the floor in the kitchen at any time? Or did that just go to other people?
I did not get the picture by text.
Did you ever see that picture?
Yes.
When did you see it?
Natalie showed it to me at the house.
While you were there?
Mm-hmm.
That's it? Who is that?
That's Michael.
After you left the house, what was the next contact you had with the defendant?
I had went to a meeting, and when I come out of the meeting, I texted her to check on things because and then
Okay, so these people are very, very, very getting on my nerves in the fact of how they show stuff on this monitor. They don't leave it up long enough. You can't see it. It's not clear. It is, oh my God, it's outrageous. So I'm trying to show you guys because they did the same exact thing yesterday. So I'm going to try to get a screenshot, and I'm going to actually try to just go ahead and pause it so we can see the picture this woman took her husband on that floor. Because it's very suspicious to me that she takes this picture and shows it to everybody in the world, but don't take the man to the hospital. They flash it so fast, it's hard to find the frame of it. Crazy. Oh my gosh. Hold on.
as we were talking and her explaining how it went.
That's literally how fast they showed that picture. It's hard to even find the still frame of it. Crazy. They don't even leave it up 30 seconds. Okay, here we go. I'm sorry, y'all. This is just so, ugh. Oh, yeah. I probably can't even pull it up. Can't even get it so I can get a screenshot.
What's a cable decision?
I had went to a meeting, and when I temperature and told him, Michael, this is Stephanie, because I knew how much it was. If he had just woke up and saw me standing there, he might punch me. So I said, Michael, it's Stephanie. Don't hit me. I'm going to take your temperature. And he turned his head towards me. I took his temperature. It was fine. And then he was laying on the couch. They had a recliner that kind of. Yes.
Was anybody else there?
No.
Did you get a picture of Michael?
Okay, here we go.
On the floor in the kitchen at any time? Or did that just go to other people?
I did not get the picture by text.
Here we go.
Did you get a picture?
Yes.
When did you see it?
Natalie showed it to me at the house.
While you were there?
Mm-hmm.
That's it? Who is that?
That's Michael.
Pause. Okay. Finally, I get this picture. Let me take a screenshot real quick so we can have this when we discussing things, because it's going to keep coming up. So now y'all can see better. Look at this man on this floor. So after her husband just had a seizure, because they just said today on another witness, he had a seizure, and then he collapsed in this position on the kitchen floor. So while he is unconscious on this floor, she is snapping pictures and sending it out to different people. No 911 call, no take him to the hospital. Very suspicious behavior. What do you guys think? Let me know. Ronnie Q say, damn. She didn't want him to go to the hospital. He could have banged his head. Right. Ronnie Q say she did it. Liver says guilty. Okay. Lady Steph said, my husband fell out. There's no way that taking a picture of him would enter my mind. Right. Right. So now y'all see why I had to pause, rewind. I had to find this picture. They flashed it by too fast for me and for the Lit Lane jury box. We need to take a look at that. Let's continue. Exactly. Who's taking pics and sending them to
After
people?
you left the house, what was the next contact you had with the defendant?
I had went to a meeting, and when I come out of the meeting, I texted her to check on things because when I left there, she said she was going to let him sleep it off.
Did you ever advise her not to have him checked by you?
Never.
What did you specifically advise her?
That he needed to be checked. She told me that he had a history of seizures, and he had stopped taking his medication. And I said, he has to be checked. I said, even people with the history of seizures, anytime they have one, they need to be checked. We never know which one's damaging. And she said she was going to let him check it off. I kept offering, like, I would go with her. We would go, we could bypass Raleigh General if that's not what they were wanting to do. We could go to Charleston. She said he wasn't happy at Charleston either. I mentioned Princeton. Nothing was good enough. I said, well, let's call Chris and see if he'll get, the airplane. I'm sure he'll fly him somewhere.
Chris, we're talking about
Chris Davis.
Did she accept any of those suggestions?
No, she said she was going to let him sleep it off.
So if you were quoted as the one that said, I'm going to let him sleep, I think you should let him sleep it off, you didn't say that.
Never.
That came from her, not
Yes.
you.
Now, after you left, and other than text messages just to check on people,
Were you ever made aware that the defendant's sister was at her house?
Yes. She told me in text message her sister was there and they had changed his clothes.
Did you find out why it was necessary to change Michael's clothes?
She said they cleaned the urine off, so I assumed he had lost muscle control and wet himself.
what was the significance to that to you as a physician's assistant?
That he had lost muscle control, so he needed to be in the hospital.
Around that same time, the defendant reported some vital signs to you, correct?
Yes.
What's the significance of any of those?
I'm sorry, what?
What, from a physician's assistant perspective, what's the clinical significance of those numbers?
Those numbers are good except for his respirations are down. His blood pressure is a little up.
Anything to be particularly worried about?
Yeah, the respirations are low.
What about the blood glucose? Did you check the?
Never. I don't have one.
So if that number came from the defendant and not you,
Right.
did you ever check his blood glucose?
No, I don't have one.
And blood glucose is another word for what?
Blood sugar.
Maybe that same day you get another text from the phone. From your perspective, what does he mean by that first line, just like the last?
He was in the hospital in November. He was sick. He had gotten sick. They went to Charleston, and she had told us that night that he was in Charleston that he they thought he had a brain tumor. So at 10 o'clock that night, John and I left to go down there to be with her. He was out of it at the hospital, but he kept waking up like combative. But they were giving him like benzodiazepines at the hospital to sedate him. So I took it. She was saying that he was sick like he was in the hospital.
From your perspective, was it the same on February 6th of 2019 as it had been in fall of 2018?
Yes, and the fact that he was given medicine for sedation, it was different. I mean, they were sedating him at the hospital to try to calm him down so they could do the tests on him.
And of course, he woke up from that.
Yes.
Did he ever wake up from this one?
Yeah.
You also heard from her later that day. I call your attention to the sorry came about 45 minutes ago. Take a look at that.
$21. What does that mean to you?
No one should ever have a blood sugar of 21.
What's going to happen if they do?
They're in a coma. Probably near death.
Probably near death.
Objection as to reading.
Overruled.
Saturday the 9th. Take a look at that.
Oh, Lord, I was reading and I was on mute. Let me read it again. So, this is the text that she's seeing after they take him to the hospital that night. Hey, girls, sorry. I literally had 100 texts this evening. I don't know that Mike will be coming home. We stopped TPN and are cutting vent tomorrow sometime. I am okay. I just want to be alone with him to say goodbye. Thanks so very much for your prayers and love. God can still work a miracle, but if he doesn't, I'm confident this is what Mike would want and wouldn't want to be a vegetable in bed. I'll call you in the AM. Let me get a screenshot of that. Wow. So, what do y'all think about this text message, right? She takes them to the hours and hours and hours later, to the point that he's so bad, that same night they immediately transferred him from the hospital emergency room to hospice. He died 5 hours later. What do y'all think about her being able to be in a state of mind with her husband, supposed to be in a good health or what have you, or even if he had a couple of health episodes, right? Or even if he's just a raging steroid abuser, right? That's what they want to say. It's still your husband, and you saying y'all don't have no problems, and you literally talking like this, and they just took you. It's so plain and simple how you're just typing in that they taking them off. Oh, we're gonna take them off the vent tomorrow. Right, just even a tone. Hey, girl. And the very first thing I had 100 texts this evening. All of that is like so super duper casual, right? And the way she says, we stop TPN and are cutting the vent tomorrow sometime. And then she say, I am okay. How can you possibly be okay? Did you read the sentence before that you typed? Hey, Miss Step 219, welcome back, girl. Good to see you. Winter says, wait, right here. Wait a minute. I'm not saying she is innocent, but she very well may have unalived him. But my issue is the steroid use, because all these things happen as well from the extensive usage. It ain't pretty at all. Absolutely, right. And with I'm not even. I believe that he was a raging steroid user, right? Why would he have it all snuck off in the cabinet, hidden and stuff? And he definitely wasn't telling his friends about it, right? He was hiding like a drug. That stuff affects the brain, the body, and starts to break down your organs. Okay, so we okay. Very interesting. Okay, this is suspicious to me.
What was your reaction to that?
It was, that we are to that point. It was just hard to swallow.
I'm going to object right now. First of all, we don't know what's the reaction to what. Second of all,
Perhaps you can ask another question.
That's all right.
If you could speak up a little bit, I'm having trouble.
Oh, I'm sorry. I beg your pardon.
The jury has sonic ears, probably, and they can hear you, but my old ears aren't working as well.
I relate and I understand. Despite the imminent death of the defendant, or of the victim, Mr. Cochran, were you still making plans, or was the defendant trying to still make plans with you to do other stuff?
Are you asking while he was at the hospital or after?
At the hospital.
At the hospital, I don't remember that. We only communicated through text at the hospital because we weren't able to go and see him at the hospital.
Did your relationship with the defendant go on after Michael died?
Yes.
Tell us about that a little bit.
I mean, just
I object on grounds of relevancy.
Oh, go ahead, Ms. Anderson.
we would meet for lunch. We tried to be supportive for her and the kids. Everybody reacts differently when they lose someone, so we just tried to be there for her and the kids.
So you didn't feel any animosity toward her at all?
No.
This came up yesterday, and I'll ask you about it today. Did you invest some money? with the
We did.
bank? Did you get it back?
No.
Just so we're clear here, were you ever the treating physician's assistant for Mr. Cochran?
No, sir.
Has your testimony been tainted by?
I'm going to object to this question. It's vouching the witness.
I think I have to sustain the objection.
Did the loss of the money from Mrs. Cochran cause you to change your testimony today?
No.
Same thing.
I'll allow that. I'll allow that.
No, it did not.
Glad you said that, because the defense kind of implied from time to time that that could happen. Did you?
Move to strike that comment, Judge?
Oh, we've given both sides some leeway in that. I'll deny the motion overruled.
Were you aware that the defendant's house was searched?
I was. She actually called me from her mother's phone that same day and told me that they were there and they were taking things.
Did you say anything else about the search?
Later, I went to her house because I felt like there were so many conflicting stories that I wanted her to look at me and tell me what was going on, the truth.
What'd you tell you?
She told me that they had taken everything from the house. I asked her what was going on. She said she didn't know. And she told me that they had taken everything. They had even taken insulin that she had in the refrigerator.
God, just a moment, please.
Sure.
Further questions of Ms. Hamilton?
Thank you. Cross-examination, Mr. Griffin.
Here we go.
Ms. Hamilton, you have a lot of medical experience, I take it. Can you buy Humalog over the counter?
No,
No?
you can buy Humulin over the counter, but
So-
not Humalog.
Okay. Can you buy any kind of medication, insulin, over the counter?
There is one insulin that you can buy over the counter, usually at Walmart.
Okay. So if we turn on the phone and see all kinds of products like that online, would I require a prescription for
Most of them.
most of them? Okay, just couldn't get them online without a prescription.
Right.
Right. Okay. Well, how much did you invest in Natalie and Mr. Cochran's business?
I think the total was somewhere between $15,000 and $17,000.
So you have $15,000 or $17,000 worth of disliking my client.
Yes, but I talked to her until the very end.
All right. All right. You're not particularly happy about losing money to her business, are you?
No, I'm not happy about it, but life goes on.
life goes on. And somehow between the time when you had this great friendship with my client and now, you don't like her anymore, do you? Yes or no, ma'am?
I don't dislike her.
Or you don't dislike her?
I always try to find the
No,
good in
no,
everyone.
ma'am, please, yes or no? You don't like her anymore, do you?
I don't like the actions that she did.
All right. All right. Now, let's start with Michael. Is it true, ma'am, that Michael, well, you've known them for years, right? That Michael went to the hospital on at least 3 prior occasions between December of 2017 and November 2018.
I only know of one time. That was November 2018.
Okay. All right. And during that time, do you know that he had a seizure-like activity?
Natalie told me that he had a seizure.
No. Do you have from any?
I do not know that for a fact. No.
Well, I didn't ask you that. Hold on. Listen to my question, please. You don't know.
She did answer his question.
Yes, that's right.
I said, do you know from any independent sources?
No.
Okay.
Her.
And please, yes or no will suffice.
What do you mean independent?
Do you
sources?
know from any sources such as review of the documents?
No,
From
I
any-
didn't have his medical records.
All right. Is it true, ma'am, from the medical standpoint, that people who have seizure tend to urinate on themselves?
Yes, if they lose muscle control.
No. So the fact that Mr. Cochran may have urinated on himself if he had a seizure would not be abnormal.
No.
But, all right. A man of, how much did he weigh approximately? You know?
I don't know. Maybe 180. I don't know.
How tall was he?
Maybe 5'7", 5'8".
All right. How much Humalog would he have to be injected to cause an immediate collapse?
I'm not sure.
Well, let's say a vial. How much of that vial, a standard vial of Humalog, as you probably know as a physician assistant, what that is, right?
Sir, everyone's different
Right.
and how their body reacts to it. I may take 2 units and bottom out, but you may take 1 and bottom out.
Entire units, right?
No, 2 units is what we measure the
little bit.
insulin by.
A little bit.
Not millimeters, it's units.
Okay. A vial may have 12 milliliters. How many milliliters would it take for somebody to collapse immediately? Of that weight?
I don't
That
know.
structure.
It's
Oh.
whatever his body can handle.
So you have no idea whether he was injected with any type of Humalog at all.
I do not know.
You don't know, ma'am, whether any type of insulin bottle or vial that may have been found in my client's house 4 months after February, that would be June, had anything to do with any type of injection of insulin into the alleged victim.
I do not know.
You have no idea. But you know that Michael was sick before, right?
The one time.
That one time. Well, did you know that seizure-like activity, that's a pretty serious condition, isn't it? If he has seizures. Yes?
Yes.
He also had urinary retention. That can be a pretty serious condition if he was diagnosed with that.
Okay.
Serious condition? Could be.
Not really.
No,
It's more
not
of an
really.
inconvenience than anything.
Inconvenience? You cannot urinate and get toxic?
You can.
That can be very serious, man.
Right.
Right. Toxic effects of any type of medication, reaction to medication. Could that be serious?
Yes.
Okay. He was diagnosed at first with a brain mass. Now,
Yes.
that could be very serious, couldn't
Right.
it? Then it was changed to encephalopathy. Do I pronounce it correctly?
Yes.
What is that, man?
That's infection or swelling of the brain.
So brain swelling. And that is a pretty serious diagnosis,
Yes.
isn't it? When he went to the hospital in November, he was also confused, right?
Right.
He was belligerent and fighting, right?
Yes. Well, I didn't see that part.
Okay.
I saw him sedated and he was,
Okay. But you knew from him and from anybody else for that matter that he hated being in hospitals.
he never told me that.
He never told you that.
Right.
Well, did you know from my client that Michael?
Yes.
Hated
She
you.
said it that day at the house. That's why she didn't want to take him to the hospital, as he would be mad.
Okay.
And I told her to blame me.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you one more thing about this Humalog. Humalog, if injected, takes about 15 minutes of delayed reaction, right?
Yes.
And then it reacts insulin reacts in the human body, right? After
Right.
about 15 minutes, and then it subsides, right?
Right.
So if I'm jabbed with the needle and somebody injects a couple of milliliters of the Humalog in me, I'm not gonna just not react, right? And the medication itself will not react in my body yet, right?
Right.
Right. So I will have about 15 minutes to call for help.
Right. That's
I-
if you knew you were injected. Right.
Well, right. Well, would you agree with me that if somebody comes and injects you in a certain part of your body, or maybe somewhere else on your body, that you will know that you got injected, right?
Right.
Once you know you're injected, you have about 15 minutes or so to ask the person who injected you, what the heck did you do that for, right?
True.
Or what the heck is happening here, right? And maybe beat the daylight out of the person who injected you, right?
Right.
And then to call 911 doesn't take that long, and say, hey, I've been injected with something by my dear wife. I need help desperately. She won't tell me what it is. So he would have the time to react to that injection, wouldn't he?
Maybe.
Maybe. Right. And yet we have no record whatsoever of this alleged victim calling anybody for any help or assistance. Correct?
Okay.
So we have no idea why he collapsed, do we?
No.
All right. Now, I'm going to ask you this. Mr. Cochran was at one time, I'm sure you know, diagnosed with acute encephalopathy,
Okay.
the acute brain swelling. And he was prescribed a medication, and I'll try my best to pronounce it correctly, lamotrigine. Did I say it right?
What is it?
Lamotrigine?
Okay.
Lamotrigine?
Okay.
It's a serious medication, isn't it?
Mhm.
Very serious medication. And if you don't take it for your brain swelling, you may be dead pretty soon.
Right.
Do you know that Mr. Cochran refused to take that medication?
He did not tell me anything about that.
Huh? So do you know from anybody that he refused to take that medication?
From the defendant, yes.
No. Did you also know that he was prescribed a medication called Keppra? What is Keppra?
Keppra is a seizure medication.
Anticonvulsive medication.
Yes.
Treats epilepsy, treats seizures, can also treat hemorrhaging, right? Subdural hemorrhaging.
Sometimes, yes.
Sometimes. Did you know that he refused to take that medication?
I did not.
The way you knew Mr. Cochran, he always appeared a model of health to you.
Yes.
Didn't he? He was a man's man,
Yes.
right?
Yes. Very fit, healthy.
Very fit, healthy, pumped iron, right?
Yes.
Wanted to be Arnold Schwarzenegger, wanted to be, Mr. Universe. True?
I don't know about that. I think he liked to be fit because he coached a lot of sports.
Did he ever express the desire to participate in any bodybuilding competitions?
No, sir.
No? Okay. For that, he was using a certain amount of steroids, wasn't he?
I did not know that.
You didn't know that he was using supplements?
Not from him.
It's just the defendant?
The defendant told me the day at the house when he got sick that he had been taking some kind of supplements from Mexico that she had found.
Okay.
Later, she sent me a link to those supplements.
Oh. And did you look at those supplements?
Yes, the link that she sent me, they were not from Mexico.
All right. Those supplements, quote unquote, some of them were not for human consumption, were they?
I only knew of one.
Which was what?
I don't remember the name of it, but she sent me a link.
Okay. And actually, did you know that Mr. Cochran used all kinds of links on his computer to purchase substances that may have been less than medically approved by our American standards?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you know whether he was getting any shipments of any medication directly to his home?
Only what she had said that day.
Okay. Now, you were so well acquainted with the family that I'm sure you talked to the children about.
No.
No,
I did
you
not.
never talked to the children about
No.
Okay. Okay. Let me also ask this. When Michael went to the hospital in late October, did you know that he only stayed there one day in the hospital?
No.
Well, did you know that he had a similar, if not identical, episode of a seizure? He had an acute respiratory failure. Did you know that?
He was in the hospital in November. That was when we had went down there that night. But I never knew the exact.
I didn't ask you that. I asked you whether you knew that he stayed in the hospital prior to that in October, at the end of October,
No.
with all the same symptoms that he had in November.
No, I only knew about the November
Okay.
one.
Well, what do you know about his mold exposure?
She told me later that they thought it was mold. That was like a month later. She told me they thought it was mold from a house that he was remodeling.
Did you have any mold in your house?
Do I?
Did you at that time?
No.
She said, you said that it was from the mold in your house?
No, a house
I'm sorry,
he
I
was
couldn't-
remodeling.
Okay, from the remodeling. Okay. Now, he also had a convulsive status epilepticus. That was one of the diagnoses, and maybe you will tell the jury what that is. Convulsive status epilepticus.
That he had seizure disorders with convulsions.
Epilepsy?
Epilepsy.
Acute respiratory failure, something that I'm seem to having right now. Anyway, what is acute respiratory failure?
It's when your lungs quit pumping out the capacity to breathe.
Okay,
So you go into stress.
but he also had altered altered mental status. Was he in distress at the time when he went to the hospital in November?
I did not see him in distress.
Well, did you see him a couple of days before February the 6th?
I think it was about a week before that I saw him.
Did he appear under any stress to you?
No.
He was just his usual,
Yes.
healthy, wonderful
Yes.
self.
Yes.
And yet he had all these conditions that were diagnosed at the time of his demise, didn't he? Do you know?
I do not know that. I only knew about the seizure that she said that day, that he had seizure disorder.
Okay. And what's hypoxia?
It's when your oxygen's low.
Okay. What's hypercapnia?
Hyper what?
I think it's hypercapnia, or maybe I'm mispronouncing it.
Hypercapnia. It's when you kind of go into a metabolic state because your respiratory system's low.
And would it surprise you that that was what was the final diagnosis?
Because his breathing was down?
Of his at the hospital? Would it surprise you?
No, because his respirations were down.
Yeah. Now, I want to ask you this.
Take your time. Take your time.
When you
Thank y'all for joining. Please hit the like if you haven't done so. Ponzi wife trial.
now, the when you tested Michael, when you went there, approximately 1:30, something like that.
About 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock.
Yes.
His pulse was normal. His saturation was normal. His blood pressure was slightly elevated. It was 168 over 103, slightly elevated.
Sir, I did not check those. Those were what she had checked. I did not do any vitals except for temperature when I was there.
Okay. All right. Now, will the brain swelling cause any sugar reaction in your body?
So usually sugar, when your sugar drops, or you have an influx, too much insulin that the body secretes out, or you given, your brain will swell from that.
And of course, that's a mutual reaction. The brain swells and the sugar drops.
You kind of coma.
So he has an ongoing condition of the brain swelling, and you're surprised that his sugar went down?
Yes.
I see. All right. Okay. If I may have a second.
Certainly.
Did you see any other individuals in the house of Natalie Cochran when Michael was already on the couch?
No, just Natalie and my husband were there.
Natalie and your husband, a police officer.
Yes,
What is his rank? Sergeant? Lieutenant?
corporal.
Corporal, I'm sorry. And you were aware of the fact that there were two employees of TSG who moved Michael from the floor to the couch, right?
Yes, I did ask who moved him, and that's what they told me, but they were not there. when
No,
I
they
was
were
there.
not there. They're already left, right? And that at some point, Mr. Davis showed up, right?
Not while I was there.
And not you were there. From your medical knowledge, if Natalie Cochran left Michael unattended like this, in this condition on the floor, would he have expired?
Most likely, yes.
Most likely, yes. And yet this cold-blooded killer had all kinds of people in the house to monitor his condition. Is that right?
To monitor it,
Well, to do something.
I did not monitor his condition.
All right. Well,
Came, looked at him, told her what to do, and I left. I was there 28 minutes, sir.
but I want to ask you this, ma'am. Whether the presence of any other people in that house negates the possibility that she would just leave him there alone to die. And nobody would know. Is that possible?
That's a question I don't think this witness can
No.
answer.
I think,
I don't know who exactly was at the house. I only saw who I saw.
Okay, so I took a pause for the cause because one thing that's interesting about these courtroom antics is that it's very strange how, like with this particular judge, what's standing out to me is he maybe because he's older and I don't know, but once one of the sides make an objection, he still let the witnesses keep talking through the objection and answering. You know, that's very strange to me that he's not even a warning or admonishing them because it's not the first time. Hey, you know, when the lawyers make an objection, hold what you got. Let me rule on the objection. Once I rule on the objection, depending on what my ruling is, then you can continue answering the question. The courtroom antics in this trial so far are strange.
You testified on direct that Michael reacted to your suggestion to take his temperature, right?
He turned his head.
Turn his head. So he was still reacting.
Yes.
All right. Now, did you say something to the effect that there were some words like "don't punch me"?
Yes.
Who said that?
I said that because if he's asleep and he wakes up and I'm just standing over top of him and he startles,
Okay.
could be his first reaction.
Okay.
It would be anybody.
Okay. So the sum total of your testimony, ma'am, is that you have no idea what kind of substances were in Michael's body on February the 6th, right?
I do not know what was in his body on February 6th.
Well, did you find any syringe in?
No,
Or did you see any syringe in?
I did not see anything.
Okay.
I only stayed right there in that chair.
Okay. And you don't know what kind of medication Michael was on prior to?
I do not.
All right. And you don't know what medication he refused to take or didn't take?
The only thing she said was that he refused to take his seizure medicine they had given him.
Yes. I may have a second.
Yes, you may.
Was there a glucose meter in the Cochran's residence?
I did not see one.
Okay. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, redirect Mr. Truman.
Thank you. The defense asked you if it would be reasonable that someone injected would have a few minutes, like 15 minutes, to call 911. There's an underlying assumption, isn't there, that the victim was awake?
I'm going to object to the
prosecutor's
meeting.
Go ahead. You may answer, please.
That Mr. Cochran was awake when he was injected. Wouldn't that be part of what the defense was asking you?
That's what I'm gathering.
So if Michael Cochran had been sedated or was not awake, he wouldn't necessarily follow the defense theory that he'd have 15 minutes to call 911.
Right.
Judge, that calls for utter speculation.
Well, I'm going to have to overrule the objection, but I'll preserve your exception.
Also, the defense asked you about circumstances where a blood sugar level of 21 would cause brain swelling. And you agree, correct?
Yes.
Does it work that way in reverse? Would a swollen brain cause blood sugar to drop to 21?
I would have to really research that, but I can't imagine why. It would be the opposite.
I'm going to object to that answer. Move to strike if the witness doesn't know.
In fairness to the defendant, you don't know.
I don't know.
Okay. You also responded to a question concerning like or dislike of the defendant, and you stated that you didn't like her actions.
Right.
What did you mean by that?
Well, what she had done was with the money.
Now, that is, I'm objection. That's comment on the defendant's character.
Lying?
I'm going to overrule the objection. You may continue.
So when you said lying, you felt that the defendant was being less than truthful with you. Was that just on one occasion?
Just several conflicting stories.
Okay, just a moment.
Yes.
You remember one.
So what do y'all think?
Responded that
Damn.
you told the defendant to blame you. And what was that in reference to?
When I kept telling her he needed to go to the hospital, she said that he would be mad if he come to and was at the hospital. And he would be very upset because he didn't want to be at the hospital. So I told her to tell him that I had been there, and I said he had to go. Blame me. I didn't care if he talked to me again or not.
Why did you what? Why did you reach that?
because I wanted him checked.
How important was that to you that he be checked?
It was important to me.
Did she do that?
Yeah,
Or at least not until
she refused.
6 o'clock or 7 o'clock at night. That's all the questions the state has. Thank you.
Because
Conflicting stories, man.
What do
You
you
have-
say?
You have a story that you
Child.
go to the Cochran's home. Michael, who apparently dropped on the floor, is now on a couch.
Mhm.
If there is nobody there, how you suspect that she just dragged him on the couch? Who took him to the couch?
I told you I knew that the contractors had put him on the couch.
Now, do you have any evidence that Michael was injected to begin with?
I do not.
Do not. But that he was injected with anything while he was asleep
I do not.
at 11:30 during the day. You don't have any evidence of that,
No.
do you? Now, let's be perfectly clear right now. You are there in her house with a law enforcement officer, your husband,
Mhm.
with a man who is just about to die, according to you, or at least you want to check him out. You have a law enforcement officer who can enforce taking her to the hospital, can't he? He's a state trooper
No.
who sees a
no
person
one
to
can.
die.
No one can make someone go to the hospital. You cannot make a person go.
Okay. He is injected and he is in this state of coma. And you are so concerned about the health of that person as a paramedic, or I'm sorry, as a physician assistant. Why don't you go step outside and call 911 yourself?
Because she refused. I can't make her do that.
You did not call 911. Your husband didn't call 911. You were convinced that from the medical standpoint, this man was in serious trouble, right?
I said he needed to be checked. He needed to go to the hospital, further testing. I didn't know what was going on with him.
Are you a mandatory reporter?
A medical reporter?
Mandatory reporter, that you have to report abuse or medical emergency, potential crime involving medical.
If it comes in and I suspect that, yes, and I have a chart and I know what's going on with them, yes.
Well, you suspected, you knew what was going on with him. And yet, as a who would you have to call as a mandatory reporter? The hospitals? The police?
It depends on what it is. CPS.
Well, CPS. Well, you had the police right there, your husband. You could have called the CPS, you could have called an ambulance as a mandatory reporter. Say, this man is dying. Take him to the hospital, have him checked out by a doctor. You didn't do any of that.
I told her to take him, sir. She was his voice. I can't make her go.
Oh, yeah, I have to pause it right here. Right here, I have to pause it because we seeing some good work. What do y'all think about the point that he's making right now? Hey, Sweet Merciful J. Welcome back to the Lane Jury Box. That question about asking her, is she a mandatory reporter, was absolutely brilliant. So you're a mandatory reporter. Yes, you come to check on your friends. This is a case of you are not mixed business with pleasure. if this your personal friends and stuff like that, you know, no matter what, even if this lady planned it, that means if she planned it and it's some nefarious going on, she didn't pull y'all into her plans. Because you went over there on an unprofessional visit, you checked the temperature and stuff, you didn't got yourself drawn in. Your husband a cop. He went over there and on a personal visit, but he a cop. And even if they was not cops in hospital people, right? If you see your friend, okay, this is the question. I think this is the question, y'all. This is the question I'm going to pose to y'all. Lit Lane Jury Box, this is a question to y'all. If you see your friend husband at the house and she telling you he's sick, and you really believe and you know that he need to get to the hospital, and for some reason your friend keeps saying all stuff, oh, he don't like hospitals, oh, he gonna be mad, would you jury box leave out that house and go ahead and call 911 yourself? I think that's a good question. Would you, in the same circumstances, any of y'all, what would you do? Given these set of circumstances. There's no right or wrong answer. I'm just curious. I never thought about that. Let's go. Good attorney going on here.
From the mandatory reporter standpoint, if that person is, or even purely medical, if that person is unconscious, isn't that a mandatory or some kind of mandatory requirement that this person be taken to the hospital?
So he was sleeping when I was there.
He was sleeping.
And she said he had seizures. People go to sleep after they have seizures, and that's what he looked like. He was in the post.
Great point, Winter. And a good point, Lady Steph.
All of this, ma'am, has, as far as you know, nothing to do with any injection of an insulin.
I do not know that.
All right.
Anything further, Mr. Truman?
Not from the state, Your Honor, thank you.
May this witness be excused.
So far as the state's concerned, yes, sir.
Subject to recall, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Hamilton, you are subject to recall. That means that you cannot stay in the courtroom, nor can you watch anything about this case on TV or.
So why they switching up the what's going to happen next? You know, so Sweet Merchant for Jay to my question says I would, even if I was just calling to relieve my own conscience. I have done it plenty of times before. I'm spitting all over myself. Rockwell says, no, I won't. She knows her husband, so I'll just mind my business, especially if I didn't see him for myself and was just told they sick. So that's two different, you know, opposing sides of the coin, and that's fair. You know, that's very, very fair. You know, I think, I don't know, you know, and maybe they was leaving it to her, the wife, to make the decision because she is a pharmacist. Maybe it was some type of expectation that she would know when things got too dire, and that, of course, common sense would prevail, and she would take him to the hospital. That can very well also be a factor in why they was like, okay, you know, they wasn't expecting her to do nothing nefarious or be plotting and scheming or have a plan. Lady Steph say, I'm not going. Lady Steph say, I'm not going. In my mind, for this woman to call 911. He was asleep. She checked one thing and told the one that took the vitals to keep him safe to have him checked out. Wait a minute. What? I am not going. Okay. I am not going to, in my mind, for this woman to call 911. He was asleep. Okay, so you're not going with the fact that she needed to call 911. She went to check one thing. She told the other one it took the vitals to keep him safe and to keep an eye on him. So at that moment, yeah, it's a understanding and they friends at that point, right? It's just, and she didn't even know about the money getting stolen. They friends. So of course she would just expect her to do the right thing. Oh Lord, let me see, they talking. is like a slow burner in real time, right? It seems like it's not a lot of information, and with the testimonies, like it's not really impactful, but it really is. What do y'all think about how the different attorneys is putting on their cases? I find the state to be so lackluster. It's like the state makes its points, but their points are his.
Whenever I was much younger than I am today, and I had a TV set up with an antenna, and we only had 2 or 3 channels. When
Lady
the
T say,
TV would go out, and you try to get
okay,
it.
he giving an adage. Lady Steph says, yeah, my friend husband is on the sofa asleep. And well, I'm hollering. Yes, my friend husband is on the sofa sleeping. He is not bleeding. I cannot tell you I'm going to leave our house and call 911. That's fair. I would. Except unless I was a nurse or something, then I'll say, this is too much. He didn't have a seizure. He out like this. He's still out on his couch, you know. Lady T said, I would mind my business. This is good, and I have to run real quick. Be right back. Okay, hurry back. I got you, Lady Steph. So let's see what he's talking about.
Up and get a stamp and send in the bill. But we've straightened it out. Now, you can see that we're close to the lunch hour.
Well, then y'all been gone.
It is here with just a kind of a short window of time, and we want to accommodate him. So we're going to work through the traditional lunch break, but never fear. We will take a break for lunch. It's just that we'll be a little bit later than usual. If your stomach begins to growl, we'll overlook that. We won't pay any attention to that. And I apologize that we're not taking our lunch break on time.
This ain't jury box. Go ahead and be mindful. You never know what's going to happen. So bring y'all some crackers. Bring y'all a bag lunch, okay? So that we can push through these trials. You are being advised by me, Judge D. Litt, to go ahead and bring your sack lunches. Some days we might cater out, but bring your lunch anyway. You never know what day that's going to be.
All right. Sir, I can't tell whether you are seated or standing. Are you standing?
I am standing, Judge, and I have a stand-up desk. I don't even have a chair, so I am in a standing position.
All right. Well, would you please raise your right hand, sir? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So
welcome back out to the Republic. I'm going to put the recaps on the screen for you guys.
All right. I would normally say you may be seated, but you're standing at your desk, and so you can remain so. Before we get started, let me explain to the jury, ladies and gentlemen, you are watching this next witness on video. You should regard his testimony in the same manner as you would if he were right here in the courtroom amongst us. So assess his testimony and the credibility thereof, just like you would any other witness that is called to appear to the witness stand here. With that, Mr. Truman, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Dexter, would you please spell both your first and last name for the court reporter?
Yes, sir. So legal first name is Michael, Michael. Last name is Nexen, Nexsen. Middle name is Courtland, hence the name Court.
How do you spell Courtland?
Court.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was Courtland. I beg your pardon. Mr. Dexter, could you tell us your background, please, and specifically your employment and education?
Most of the judge and jury, I truly appreciate you all letting me do this virtually. Grew up in the state of Virginia, Washington and Lee University in Lexington, Virginia for undergrad. Started my career in New York City in finance. Came back to business school at the University of Virginia in Charlottesville, Virginia. Have stayed put there ever since to raise a family. And for 6 years worked for what was U.S. Trust, and that became Bank of America's private bank. I currently own and run a farm estate and residential real estate company in Charlottesville, Virginia, called McLean Faulkner Incorporated.
Thank you. Could you tell us your initial involvement with Natalie and Michael Cochran?
Yes, sir. So my job at the time, it was U.S. Trust, at Bank of America's private bank, was I led a team that dealt with high net worth individuals and families, from investing money to banking to helping kind of oversee their assets. And so in Charlottesville, I was tasked with new business development and kind of being the face of the team for potential new clients. And so somewhat out of the blue, the Cochrans were routed to my team, which came to my desk to interact and speak with them.
In terms of the division of your time with the Cochrans, did you spend more time involved with Natalie Cochran or Michael?
The bulk of it was with Natalie. The only thing I recall is one time there was a gentleman on the phone there in the car who said it was Michael Cochran. The rest was pretty much exclusively with Mrs. Cochran.
How did you communicate with the defendant?
So it was interesting. If my memory serves, it was almost like a phone call out of the blue, and kind of listened to the story and kind of how they got routed. And then primary conversations were email driven as well as some phone conversations.
Do you remember your first, or have a recollection of your first phone call conversation with Natalie Cochran?
High level at a macro point, essentially it was someone talking about very large sums of money, talking about business interests. And I get the sense, because of the level or the amount of money they are discussing, and even though it was involved with businesses, it all tied back to an individual. And that's what U.S. Trust or a private bank deals with. And so not exactly sure how, but it makes sense that if the Cochrans are talking to the business banking world of Bank of America, that entity would have flagged and said, you need to speak with U.S. Trust. And given the West Virginia location, I believe the Charlottesville, Virginia office would have been the closest in proximity, and that's how things kind of got routed to me.
All right, sir. You indicated phone calls, but your primary means of communication was through email. Is that correct?
I would say it started with a phone call, and while there were some calls initially, it would have been very email driven, and I don't want to jump ahead. As things kind of played out, the bulk of it was driven through email.
Your Honor, the defense has reviewed the document the state would mark as state 4.
Yes, number 4.
All right.
Can I see it again? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I beg your pardon.
Could I please have exhibit 3?
It's at binding. It's over there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Let's see. Yeah. But also.
The cameraman on this trial is very good with the mute button, okay?
All right, you may continue, Mr. Truman.
Thank you. Mr. Nixon, the first email that the state wanted to discuss is where it was dated February 4th, 2019 at 11:55. And so that we can identify your emails, they all have a ustrust.com email address, correct?
Correct.
And in that email, you're merely providing personal contact information to the defendant, how she can get a hold of you with a direct line, right?
Correct, yes, sir. If it's helpful, Mr. Chairman, I have that email in front of me.
Okay. Well, through the miracle of modern Chinese technology, we're able to hook you up this way with a telephone and through the internet, but unfortunately, we can't display the documents at the same time, so we'll just talk about them. But thank you. Oops. The next email is the following day, and you received an email from the defendant at about 11:11, timed 11:11. You able to look at that email?
Yes, sir.
What's the substance of the defendant's information to you and your response?
So after the initial phone conversation, our job is to kind of follow certain procedures, protocol, information gathering. And so in order to do anything with our team, we have to document certain pieces of information. And so we kind of asked Mrs. Cochran for certain pieces of information that would help us slowly start to effectively build a relationship and establish the accounts. And so that's what we had asked her for after that initial phone call in order to start slowly moving forward.
Your Honor, may we approach on all of this?
Sure.
Be a real source of financial help, but no, nothing, to my knowledge, at least from a U.S. trust side, there is nothing ever in the account.
By February 5th of 19, approximately 5:36, and if you could take a quick glance at that email.
Okay, I have that, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Now, at this point, what was your understanding of the Cochran's intentions for the following day?
So, high level, if this was real, you have
Judge, I'm going to object to this answer. Already at the beginning of this answer is non-responsive. We're talking about the travel of our clients or my client to the state of Virginia or North Carolina or wherever this gentleman was. We're not talking about high-level financial transactions. We're trying the money laundering case here.
We're not trying the money laundering case, but okay. Let's ask the question this way. Did you have a meeting set up with the Cochrans for February 6th of 2019?
So my understanding is they implied they were going to go to Lynchburg, Virginia. In order to set up these accounts, you have to physically sign a signature card. You have to have certain people witness this signature card. And I don't remember why they said they were going to Lynchburg. It could have been because of personnel or just certain requirements. But they had implied that they were going to go to Lynchburg. And again, a private banker, U.S. trust job is to white glove, handhold service. When I'm looking to see Mr. Truman, things go as smoothly and as efficiently as possible. And that's what we're doing in these emails.
Mr. Nixon.
This is a non-responsive answer. We're talking about the whole
Not rambling.
answering the question.
Overruled. Let's continue, please.
Thank you.
So guys, just reframe what you're trying to ask me. You're asking what we're doing, and we are trying to set up appropriate meetings and steps, all the appropriate steps to get certain accounts and relationships set up.
And that was to take place February 6th of 2019, correct?
Correct, that's what we were working towards. It looks like they said they were gonna fly in, and so we were basically responding to their schedule and setting things up as best we could.
Did that meeting take place?
Never took place.
And you were notified about that Wednesday, the 6th at 6:47 a.m. in an email from the defendant, correct?
Correct, I have it, I'm just in my packet, yes, I had cancer and was up all night, and so again, we responded accordingly, that we are sorry, and we're kind of taking cues, from this prospective client on their schedule, but correct, no one ever went to Lynchburg, no meetings took place.
But there was a reference at 3:37 p.m. on February 6th. You got another email from the defendant. What was the substance of that one?
So this is our court review for Friday. Is that the email?
Yes.
Yeah, so, again, looking to reschedule is how I and our team read it, was they were looking to reschedule. And so we kept trying to be accommodative and helpful.
And once again, that meeting never took place either, did it?
Correct.
And I realize you're operating under somewhat of a handicap, but there's an email from the defendant of March 14th of 2019. Could you take a look at that one?
I have that in front of me, correct.
And what did the defendant indicate to you was going to happen then?
So rereading this email, they are asking for wiring information for their account. They've said that $100,000 is coming in. Other government funds are coming. And that she's emailing a death certificate and a state paperwork so we can remove Michael. So in the interim, we've been informed that Michael was in the ICU and then passed. And so in that interim, that's where we are as of March 14th, which is trying to move money around with these accounts.
And the last one was the next day, March 15th. The defendant indicates to you that she can't log into her account. Is that a reference to a U.S. bank account, or am I missing something?
I'm reading her email. She very easily could have had a Bank of America account.
I'm going to object to
Hold
this.
on, Mr. Nixon.
I'm
What is it?
going to object to the answer that has already been proceeded with. She could have easily done something. Either she did something or she didn't. So
All
this
right.
is assuming facts in the evidence.
I think that's appropriate. I pose the question again, please, Mr. Truman, and I'll instruct the witness to please answer.
Court, this phrase in that email, I can't even log into my account. It was all set up by him. Did you take that as a reference to a U.S. bank or a Bank of America account, or is she talking about something else?
I don't know if she even had an account.
That's all the questions the state has. Thank you.
All right, cross-examination.
Did you ever talk to Michael Cochran about any of these transactions?
There is a gentleman on the phone at one time who would have been implied he was Michael Cochran. That's the only interaction I ever had with him. He was on the phone in the car with Natalie, and this was early in the process. This would have been in February.
Okay. How many times did you talk to the prosecuting attorney's office in this case?
Can you repeat that?
How many times did you talk to the prosecuting attorney's office in this case? The lawyers in the prosecuting attorney's office?
If I remember, I think one time, maybe twice, and it was more to figure out if I could testify virtually, given kind of my location to the courthouse.
Among many, I would imagine thousands of transactions, you remember Natalie Cochran and you remember Michael Cochran.
I absolutely remember this, just given the nature of it, correct?
All right. Now, was Michael Cochran CC'd on all the communications that you had with Natalie Cochran?
I'm going back to the beginning of the email pack, and I can see Michael had a PSG LLC email address. And so he was on the early emails. And then I want to say she took over as point person. Yeah, he would have. Now, here, I mean, it just kind of depends on the email, sir. I mean, Natalie, Michael both had PSG LLC US email addresses.
All right. So he could have known about all the aspects of whatever transactions they were supposed to transpire with your bank, right?
Again, she ran point. He was only ever communicative of the very first phone call.
All right. The sum total of your testimony, Mr. Nixon, is that Michael Cochran and Natalie Cochran and Michael Cochran were supposed to appear in your bank somehow. And they called off the appointment twice, right?
I'd say there's a little more to it than that, but you know, if you don't want me to ad-lib.
No. I want you to answer my question. My question is, the sum total of your testimony is that they were supposed to have...
Objection, the subtotal of his testimony is his testimony, period.
Your testimony here today in this court is that they scheduled an appointment with you and didn't show up and canceled it, right?
I'd say that's incorrect. She ended up cutting checks and wrote false checks that our team knew, and this kind of all crumbled because you were dealing with a very sophisticated financial institution.
Your Honor, I move to strike this answer and instruct the jury.
Overruled. I'm going to allow the answer to stand.
All right. They wrote some checks that, I'm going to ask you this, sir, one more time, and I want you to answer yes or no. Did they schedule an appointment with you and canceled it?
Yes, they canceled multiple appointments, correct.
Did they schedule more than one appointment with you and canceled it?
To my knowledge, there have been two different in-person get-togethers, and then it all became email-driven communication.
How many appointments did they schedule with you? Mr. Nixon, please listen. How many appointments did they schedule with you and canceled?
In my recollection, two. One was they said they were going to go to Lynchburg. She then had cancer.
I didn't ask you about that. Wait a minute. I asked you a very simple question, sir. How many appointments did they schedule and cancel? And you said two. Is that right?
Two.
All right.
Yeah.
Now, and the reason did they give you any reasons why they scheduled those appointments and canceled them?
Yes.
And the reason was that Natalie was sick, right?
For the first one, correct.
Okay, for the second one, what was the excuse for the second one?
That Mr. Cochran was in the ICU.
Okay. And then in March, Mr. Cochran was dead, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
To our knowledge, yes.
So now the sum total of your testimony really is that they had two appointments that they canceled because of the illness of Mr. Cochran or my clients. And then the third appointment, Mr. Cochran was dead. Is that a fair statement, sir?
In terms of appointments, yes.
Okay, that's all I want right now. The next question is, you don't have any idea about the circumstances of Mr. Cochran's death, do you? You don't know anything, first-hand knowledge about this.
We, as our time, we saw a death certificate, and that's our extent.
Mr. Nixon, you're a banker. You are dealing with Mr. Cochran and Mrs. Cochran. You don't have any first-hand knowledge of Michael Cochran's death, do you?
Yeah, I've never met these people in person.
So the answer would be no.
Wait a minute. Right at this moment, the only answer, I'm with the defense right now. On this right here, I'm with the defense team. This question that he asking him, do you have any first-hand knowledge of the reason for Michael's death? This man is the banker. His answer, period, point blank, should be no. No. It's no way that he has personal first-hand knowledge. Why can't he just simply say that? And so I ask you guys, I say, but why is this banker being so personal? It seems to be against the defendant, right? Because he's definitely trying to show to me, y'all can challenge me about this. To me, it's coming across like he trying to throw her butt under the bus with everything, right? Every one of his answers is to emphasize, what she didn't done, So I say, is it because, do y'all think it's because the bank got involved and pulled into her Ponzi scheme? And because of his banker sensibilities, it offends him? Because that makes sense to me. So y'all, Rock will say, just yes or no, because this man ain't gonna let you go without yes or no, right? Yes, that bank was scammed too and funneled through the money through the bank. Lady Steph say the banker, maybe he is personally insulted because he lost money on their potential investment. Exactly. In addition to him finding out that she was locked away for a scheme. Right, exactly. And it is showing. It is so obvious, right? And so with that being said, the defense is doing the absolute right thing right now. I love trials.
So the answer from the first-hand knowledge of knowing anything about this case would be no. Would that be a correct statement?
In terms of his death?
Right.
I don't know how it died. I have a pretty damn good guess.
This banker needs to be thrown. This whole testimony might get thrown out. He said, in terms of his death, I don't know he died, but I got a pretty damn good guess. I'm sorry. This is blowing me.
I move to strike this, Your Honor.
All right, I am going to grant that or sustain that objection. Ladies and gentlemen, please disregard the last answer given by the witness. Continue, please, Mr. Victor.
Mr. Nixon, you apparently don't like my client, do you?
Right.
I think it's been a colossal waste of my time and many others' times in terms of months of going through this. That's my honest answer. So a lot of time, resources, yes.
And that's why you're so belligerent right now, aren't you?
I'm not belligerent, but you're being belligerent with me, and I'll answer the question.
I think I'm off. I think I'm done with this witness.
All right, redirect Mr. Truman.
Not to discuss.
As a banker, would you be belligerent to the people that wrote a bunch of hot checks?
Judge, I'm going to object.
Wait, hold hold on, Mr. Nixon, that objection has been raised.
I'm going to object. This is back to money laundering, money that has nothing to do with murder.
Well, I think we've extended the circumstances a little bit and opened a door, so I'm going to allow the question. You can pose it again, please, Mr. Truman.
From a banker's perspective, people that write bad checks, is that something that would cause you some irritation?
And now this is a comment on my client character, and I object to that.
Well, I'm going to overrule the objection. Answer if you can, please, Mr. Nixon.
I'm happy to. The only thing we would do is we would properly flag what happened. We did flag it internally, and then we kind of shut down conversations. And so in a way, we literally just follow our procedures and guidelines. And that's what we did here when the bad checks were written, is that we stopped communicating and we flagged it to our fraud department.
The bad checks were written in March of 2019?
Correct, yeah.
That's all the questions the state asked. Thank you.
And no account was ever open with your bank, right?
So again, I'm not in the operations side. I just can't answer that confidently, given I just don't have the full scope of everything in Bank of America. She could have opened an account and never funded it. So yes, there were checks written against an account.
All right, anything further, Mr. Truman?
Nothing for the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Victor?
Mercifully, no, Your
May
Honor.
this witness be excused.
So far as the state's concerned, yes.
Oh, yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
The drama, the theatrics, the everything right now is giving me my entire trial watching life. It's for these moments right here that I live for. When the judge say any further questions, the defense say merciful. I can't say it. I ain't got my love CD in. And then, oh Lord, that was funny. Oh, that was funny. If y'all don't think that was funny, I don't know what to tell you, baby. He say merciful. Oh Lord, I can't say it. I just love that banter just now. And then he sounds disgusted when he say, "Can he be dismissed?" Oh. So Sweet Merciful J say, was he called specifically to represent the findings of the bank? Not about the Ponzi scheme. I really think, and I kind of stated this, I really believe that the whole point for this witness to be called was to show that, was to say that the defendant was the one who was running the banking matters and who had the real contact with them, and that because they was both on an account, the husband and the defendant, when a question came up and they was told they were going to need to have to come to the bank for it, he never showed up. So it's making the state's trying to make the point that she was on the verge of getting found out, the verge of things coming out, was done in the dark come to light. The light was coming. So I think that's what the point was. It just went everywhere, right? But another part that I think that was very weak, and that's why maybe now the whole reason for this witness is kind of kind of thrown off now, is because I also think one of the main points was to show that they had an appointment for February the 7th and February 6th, he all of a sudden died. Okay? Lady Steph said, yeah, she freaked out because the bank calling. Now they both got to go. You know, they're going to be talking about these bad checks. They're going to be talking about the discrepancies, you know, and Michael was going to have to go sign off and everything. So the state is saying that she freaked out and decided he needed to go, expire, unalive, exit stage left before that can happen. That's what the state's case is. All I can say, Winter says, all I can say is this defense attorney is earning every penny he has been paid for. Absolutely. I would absolutely hire this guy. Even though he's annoying sometimes, when you really look at it, for me, he's annoying at times, but this is a trial. This is his defense. His job is to put on a defense, to tear down the state case by any means necessary, raise reasonable doubt, boom, right? And he's doing it. And that's why I asked this. Before we start back up, we'll go like another, you know, I ain't in no rush. Let me really quickly talk about this with you guys while I got it on pause. I said, I'm anxious to see if the state will adjust its case making in the face of the aggressive defense. What y'all think about that? You know, this was only day 2 of the trial. Day 2 of the trial, you see what you're headed for. Do you think the defense, you know, do y'all think they go and say, okay, we're going to have to get a little bit more aggressive ourselves. We see the type of defense he put on. We see how he operates. This is what we need to change up some of the gameplay. We need to go back and adjust. Because if the state keep being this damn, I'm just for lack of better word, being this passive in making this case, they're going to have a long road to hoe. Okay? A long one. Because almost all of the witnesses so far, the take away from the state's point. What's going on? This court take a lot of breaks. Y'all, we're going to be able to get to day 2 on this session. That's good. That means we're going to only be a day behind. Oh, who this big old man?
Issues and difficulties, Mr.
Lackluster is a wonderful word. Thank you. Their lackluster presentation in the face of this aggressiveness, they're going to have to do better than that. They got 2 of them there. If the first one can't handle it, let her do it. She was over there laughing when they dismissed that last man. Like you said, it's only day 2, so he might need to warm up. He better warm up. Let the one over there with the turtleneck and the blazer do it. Oh, no, that's the defense. I'm sorry, y'all. That tickled me. Let's get into it. Let's just say this. This is the home of the Little Lane Jury Box. We are often called opinionated, boisterous, outspoken, but never to be dismissed because we are very intelligent, very shrewd. Is true as word. Astute. Okay? And observant. Thank you for joining.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Bring in the jury, please. Deputy Fry.
I hope it's done searching.
Okay, I'm stepping away from the microphone and my computer real quick. I'll be back, but I'm in the chat following along with you guys.
Oh, it's just text messages between the defendant and the crimes.
Oh, okay.
That's it. It's actually it's a download, but it's the same. This is the actual.
Jury, we are lined out schedule-wise and ready to continue with the state's case in chief. Mr. Truman, please call your next witness.
Yes, sir. State calls Joshua Kearns.
Please, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may have a seat right there. All right, Mr. Truman.
Thank you, Your Honor. State your name, please.
Joshua Kearns.
And could you slide up to the microphone just a little bit, please? And Mr. Kearns, how are you employed?
I'm employed by a local business, aviation company.
Who owns that?
My parents do.
Okay. And what do you do for them?
Primarily a pilot.
Were you asked to conduct a flight from Beckley to Lynchburg, Virginia on February 6th of 2019?
Yes, sir, I was.
Who asked you to do that?
Well, directly my father, but through Natalie, my father who owns the company, and then me. So
Natalie being the defendant?
yes, sir.
Okay. Oops, not that. Your Honor, I asked that this be marked as States 5, please.
Very well.
And it's a put number 1 in your heart. It's a clip. Yeah. Could I approach, please?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Josh, I hand you what's been marked for identification of States 5. I ask you to take a look at that, please.
Okay.
You recognize that?
I do.
What is it?
This would be the conversation between she and I.
She and I being
Natalie concerning the details of that trip.
the trip from where?
From originating in Beckley to Lynchburg.
Okay. And what time did you receive that text? Or what time was it sent to you?
At 6:35 the morning of the trip.
Did you respond?
I did. I simply said, okay, as in response to her canceling that trip.
Okay. What time did you respond?
Well, she texted pretty early in the morning. My response was a little bit late. Normally it's a little quicker, but it was at 7:16 that morning, so 40 minutes later.
And the original flight was scheduled for what time?
I believe, and according to this, at 9 a.m. was the departure time.
Okay. Was there an attempt to reschedule that for another day?
To the best of my recollection, yes, it was going to be moved to the following day. The next day is what I was told. So, and the original thing was when she texted that morning, it was going to be moved to tomorrow. And then a text later that evening, just canceling that altogether. So
that trip never took place?
That trip never took place, no, sir.
Move to admit States 5.
I'm sorry,
no objection.
All right, state's exhibit number 5 will be admitted into evidence.
State has no additional question.
Very well, cross-examination, Mr. Victor.
if I may have a second, Your Honor.
Sure.
Email that you received from Ms. Cochran, it was very early in the morning. On what day?
Well, it wasn't an email, it was a text.
Oh, text, right.
Okay.
What day was it? Date?
It was, to the best of my knowledge, it was the morning of the flight.
The date, sir. Do you remember the date?
Well, no, not right off. I mean, I know what, yeah, February 6th.
February 6th. And that message to you indicated that Natalie was sick that morning. At 7:34 in the morning, she texted you that she was sick.
No, she texted me at 6:30 in the morning.
All right, 6:30 in the morning. The gist of it is, however, that she was sick and she wanted to reschedule the flight.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Right. And that evening, however, you received the message concerning Mr. Cochran being in the hospital, right?
No, sir.
No? You don't know anything about whether Mr. Cochran went to the hospital that day or any other day?
I'm not sure how to answer that.
Okay, well, did you learn from anybody, well, from Natalie?
At that time or now?
No, at that time.
No.
During the day?
No.
On the 6th. All right. So the next day, you received the message asking for yet another rescheduling?
No, sir.
No. Okay.
It was the same day.
All right, on the same day. So she communicated twice rescheduling a flight to Lynchburg?
Yes, sir.
Because, as you know, as far as you know, she was sick.
Correct.
All right. Let me ask you this, maybe outside of the scope of the direct, but you seem to be in a tremendous shape, physical shape.
Well, thank you.
You were a bodybuilder, sir, right?
Yeah, I've been a weightlifter, sure.
And you worked out with Mr. Cochran.
I've never met him in my life. No, sir.
No? You never had any contact with her with him whatsoever?
No, sir.
Did you know about his bodybuilding?
I never met him, so I didn't know him.
Okay. And you had no contact with him in any way, shape, or any way, in any shape?
I had never seen him, never talked to him.
Okay. All right. That's all I have. Thank you.
Redirect, Mr. Truman.
State has no additional questions, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Kearns, you are excused. You may step down.
Thank
you. Call your next witness, Mr. Truman.
State calls Christopher Davis.
I ain't even made it out the house yet for having to put on all this extra stuff. But let me say real quick, right? Do you think the defense was going to be able to? Did the defense? I think the defense just now got caught slipping. Was he under the impression? Did he have the misimpression that this guy was a workout buddy with the victim? And if he did, why did he have that mistaken impression? Because I promise you, I feel like he was about to start calling this man a cold steroid junkie, a cold steroid. And it just didn't work out that way for him, right? So for this witness 6, the pilot, all he did really, you guys, was what? All he did was verify that the flight was canceled, right? That was about it, right? Let me look and see. I'm not on the page with y'all. I'm on trying to put this stuff on our legal pad. The same way I did. I looked at them and just assumed that they had worked out together. Exactly, right? And so far, everybody else, even though they got all different types of professions, they seem to have all been also personal friends, right? So it'll be safe to assume, okay, it's the pilot, but it might be a friend pilot. That was so funny. Let's see what's going on next. Let me get in the right place because I'm actually dressed with my shoes and everything. I got on some flip-flop with some thick thermal socks. I think I need to put on some tennis shoes or some boots. I do not know how to act and go out in this cold. All right, let's see. Uh-oh. Excuse my phone. Okay, let me push play, see where we at. Next witness, the state is still putting on his case. I'm ready to hit a defense case.
I mean, it would be a different.
Uh-oh, this guy talkative. Uh-oh, he got a little energy. She stays smiling, baby.
Call the next witness, Mr. Truman.
Okay.
State calls.
Now, Christopher Davis, I got it wrong, y'all. Christopher Davis is actually the husband to the second witness, Jennifer Davis, the husband of the best friend neighbor who gave her the bottle of insulin. I said that other guy was the husband, but he wasn't. This guy is. And I'm going to have all the screenshots and they little pieces, the important factors of their testimony, okay? So I know I need to have that when we're talking about it as a reminders. So let's get it. And I'm going to walk away and go down. I'm going to go outside now, but I got y'all my earphones, okay?
Good afternoon. If you'll raise your right hand, you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Have a seat right there.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Truman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Tell us who you are, please, and what you do.
Chris Davis, I'm the Chief Legal Officer for Access Health, and I'm also an of counsel partner in the firm of Wooten Davis, Hustle and Johnson.
So by profession, what do you do?
I'm a lawyer by profession, yes.
Okay. Can you tell us your relationship between you and Michael Cochran?
Mike and I became friends around 2011, I believe. Lived in the same proximity. We shared the same interest, coaching. My youngest son was about the same age as his children, was right in between his children. And so we would always see each other, whether it be sporting events and things like that. And so through that, we became, he was one of my best friends because we would coach baseball together, take vacations, really hang out just a lot.
Were you also friends with the defendant?
Yes.
Was that on the same level, or would you describe that differently than your relationship with Michael Cochran?
I mean, it would be a different relationship because Natalie and Jennifer were closer friends, just as Mike and I were closer friends. And I would assume that would be the same. On the other side, Jennifer was closer to Natalie than she was with Mike. We would obviously do things together as a family, but Mike and I would do things separately, whether it be games, et cetera, and Jennifer and Natalie would do the same.
Prior to February 6th of 2019, do you recall the last time you saw Michael?
I would say the last time I saw him was it was within days of February 6th. I don't remember the specific last time, but it was within those few days.
How did he seem to you at that time?
He was Mike.
Did he seem sick?
No, he did not seem sick.
Could I have this marked as state
Yes.
7?
No,
6.
number 6.
Oh, number 2 in your heart.
This is 2 seconds.
No, they're just separated from me. They're the one exhibit. We'll glue them together when I'm done. Thank you. Steve, is on February 5th of 2019. Did you and Michael Cochran exchange text messages?
I'm sure we did.
You're sure you did? Why?
Because we would probably text each other about every day.
Ugh. Is that showing up on your screen?
It is. It is now. Thank you.
Take a moment and review that, please.
Okay.
How do you know that that's a text from Michael's phone to your phone?
Well, I recall the conversation, but it also says Michael at the top, and it has the picture that was assigned to his number.
By
That
your
makes
phone?
sense. Yeah, by my phone. It was, and I recall the conversation.
We are so close, buddy. What does that mean?
He was very excited that he was finally going to get the money that he'd been waiting on from the federal government. And a lot of things had happened in between for the previous 2 months, maybe even 3 months. They had, what had been told was they were going through an audit. And then at that point in time,
Objection. I'm going to object to what the federal government was going to do that calls for hearsay.
That's fine. We just stop right there. Now, this is a text with you and somebody else. Who else is involved in this text chain?
it says Natalie Cochran on the text that I'm reading. But there's someone else on there as well. It looks like it says 2 people. And unfortunately, I can't see the top of that.
Would a good guess be Jennifer?
It probably would be.
Okay. There's a reference in here. If you could explain that to us. The Smith house? What's that about?
Yes, they,
Your Honor,
I was,
I'm going to object, but this so far seems to be the financial case retried. What's the relevance of all of this?
I understand what you're saying, but I'm going to allow the state to proceed. The objection's overruled.
Tell us about the circumstances where this text came to pass.
so what had happened the year before in 2018, I don't know the exact dates of when they purchased or were attempting to purchase homes at Flat Top Lake, but Mike and Natalie were, because I was not a part of that transaction until the gist of what happened in the text, but they were purchasing homes at Flat Top Lake from the Smiths. I'm not sure both homes were from the Smiths. My understanding, they bought a home for themselves and a home for Natalie's parents. And they were purchasing homes at Flat Top Lake because of the issues with their company with not receiving their funds from the government. The government was shut down. There was an audit that was ongoing, is what I believed and was told. But because they weren't getting any money, what was happening?
To any testimony based on hearsay, Your Honor.
All right, well, he said that's what he believes, and I think that's good enough. And perhaps we can stray from what he was told, but he indicated what he believed, and I'm going to allow that. The objection's overruled.
For our purposes today, what was your involvement in the Smith house?
They were going to let the houses go back. It's not necessarily a repossession, but ultimately because the contract wasn't fulfilled and they weren't buying the homes, these pieces of real estate, they were going to let the Smiths take the homes back. And the idea was, what will it take for them just to take the homes back, because she didn't want the houses anymore.
And you helped with that?
Yes, Robert Dunlap represented the Smiths, and there was a resolution document that I believe he prepared. Not really for sure who prepared it, but there was a resolution document that ultimately got resolved. It didn't happen at that point in time. It happened later after Michael passed, but that's what that's referencing.
And you were part of the negotiating of that, or resolving it?
Resolving it, yes.
Okay. Let's go to the 6th of February. Was that the first you were aware that there was a problem with Michael?
There were some other text messages. Between Natalie and I, and then there was a message from Mike as well that I think occurred earlier in the day.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, but I object to any text messages that are not being presented to us and they're not present in court.
Can I respond to that?
References.
Sure. There's no legal requirement the state's aware of that you have to present text messages. He has firsthand knowledge of it. He can testify about it.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
So this wasn't the first that I knew that, I believe the question was that I knew that something was wrong. Mike was, so this wasn't the first time that morning that I knew that.
So this is an update?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, by 1:03, you were asked a question. Take a look at that.
Yes.
Had you noticed any odd behavior from him?
I had not. And actually, that's in my response. He hasn't been around. My question was, has he been around anything? Because the earlier messages that she had noted, that Natalie had noted, is that he was sick like last time, because he had been, he was sick in November. He was exposed, or my understanding was he was exposed to black mold while working on a rental home. And so that prompts the question, has he been around anything mold? And then into the supplements.
Did Michael express to you that he was sick because of mold exposure? Did that come from another source?
That initially came from Natalie, because what I was told is they found mold spores in his spinal fluid when they did some type of medical exam in November. And then later, Mike may have said that as well. I don't remember if it come from him directly. It more from him was about the story how they were working on the house and two contractors were there. They had masks. He did not.
At the bottom of this text references Mexican supplements. Tell us what you know about Mexican supplements and Michael Cochran.
Unfortunately, I can't see the bottom of the text. I'm sorry. Okay. So this is the first time I've ever heard about a Mexican supplement was on that day. I'd never heard Mike talk anything about supplements from Mexico or anywhere else.
So the sole source of that information is the defendant.
That's correct. Excuse me.
Take a look at this one from about 1:15.
I apologize. On my screen, the first thing I see is 1:18. I'm so sorry.
Or 18. Yes, that's right.
Okay.
And we'll just.
I'm sorry. Yes.
Did Michael advise you of what kind of supplements he was taking?
No, Mike. When Mike would talk about his supplements with me, it was always his GNC, what he would take for his workout supplements. I mean, he never went into any detail about the specificity of the supplements. Probably the most specificity we got into it was he would talk about how Natalie prepared the supplements that he was taking and would then, in essence, manage those according to him.
There's also a reference to seizure medications. What's that about?
My understanding is from November, because of the exposure to black mold while he was at CAMC, there was a determination that he was now having seizures. And so he was prescribed seizure medication. And that's the reference.
November to February, do you know, did he talk to you about taking his seizure medication?
He talked to me about he talked about the seizure medicine to the extent he was working on his pilot's license. And that was something he really wanted to get. It was also something that he wanted to do in the future. And we talk about the seizure medicine, how he said, well, I'm not going to be able to fly. I'm not going to be able to do this. We would actually have a lot of dialogue about that because I'd encourage him. Obviously, I'm a pilot and that was something that we were going to do together and he'd enjoy. And I would remind him and tell him, no, you'll still be able to fly. You may have a medical restriction or something like that, but you'd be able to fly. So we did discuss these seizure meds.
The last message I want you to review is this.
Yes.
There's a couple things that came to your attention in this. One of which is the defendant reported to you that about his condition at the time.
That's correct.
And then she informs you that he wet himself.
Prosecutor is leading.
That's fine.
All right, perhaps you could read.
Not that, Your Honor, we're good with that. Mr. Davis, did there come a time on February the 6th of 19 when you went to the Cochran house?
Yes.
How did that come to pass?
I was at my son's basketball game at Beckley Stratton and got a text from Natalie saying asking me could I come by the house after the game. Through that dialogue, I'm not sure if I asked the question first or it was volunteer first, but there was another family friend that was at the home at that time, Thomas Treadway, and she indicated Thomas thinks he's getting worse. Could you come by? Because we had been, my wife and I, we'd been texting through the day, like checking on how's he doing, what's going on. We're told vitals are good, people are here, he's fine, all these different things. And then I got that text. I don't remember the exact time, but I'm going to say probably around 6:30-ish or something like that, and asked me to come to the house after the game.
What did you do in response to that request?
Well, I said I could come immediately, and I ultimately went to the home.
When you arrived, what did you see?
So when I pulled in the driveway, there were multiple cars in there. Walk into the home, go into the house. It's fairly quiet. My impressions from that is because Mike's laying on the couch sleeping, but he's laying there and he's snoring. And so when I get there, of course, Natalie's there, Thomas Treadway's there, her sister Penny Carrico Lowry's there. Penny's husband is there as well. It seems like to me that maybe someone else, I thought that maybe their daughter Nikki was there. I just can't remember, but we're in the living room. They have a big, large living room. We walk in and they're just, people are standing there and he's on the couch.
What did you think should take place at that point?
Well, my first question was, my text message says he's getting worse. And I want to know, well, what does that mean? What's he worse? So I asked, it was kind of, everybody was whispering because he's laying there and it's like, hey, what's going on? And how's he worse? Well, he's just not responding. Okay. And so I go over to him.
Take a moment. You're okay.
Difficult now because I know the outcome.
When you went to him, what did you do?
So I go over to him and I'm like, hey man, you need to wake up, kind of shoving, wiggling him a little bit. We were told that Natalie had told us, because that's who it specifically came from, that he had fallen and hit his head earlier. So I'm actually looking for, like, do I see anything? And we've been told about this seizure that he supposedly had. And I don't know what happens when you have a seizure, the outcome, or, so I'm just looking. So I'm trying to kind of nudge him, wake him up, shake him. Hey man, you need to get up. You need to get up. Hey buddy, you got to talk to me. And he's just laying there and it's he's non-responsive. He's just laying there. So at that point in time, I was just kind of looking at his face. I was worried about his head. And I asked, does he have a knot on his head? Is there anything on his head? Because he's laying on his back. So he's laying on his head, So I asked, is there a knot? Is there anything back there on his head? And I believe the responses were no. I'm looking like in his nose and like his ear to see if I maybe see blood or anything. Mike didn't like anybody to touch his face. And not that I'd have any time to touch his face, but I knew he didn't like people touching his face. And my understanding was that when he was younger, there was a fire and whatever the case. But so I tell him, and I'm like, hey man, I'm going to touch your head. If don't hit me, because his arm, I'm like, don't hit me. And it was almost like not, I think we may have, almost like kind of smiled and laughed like, hey, because it's Mike. I'm like, hey, buddy, don't hit me. I'm going to touch your head. And so I reached down and I looked in his eyes. I'm not really for sure what I was even looking for, to be honest. I was really looking for like maybe trauma, blood or something. And his eyes, they were fine. They weren't rolled back or anything like that. But anyway, and so after that, Thomas is standing there too, and Thomas does a sternum rub on him, where he took his knuckle, rubbed his sternum, and I just remember saying, "Man, hey buddy, we'll take you to the hospital. I'm gonna take you to the hospital. So you gotta help me here. Are you okay? What's going on? Are y'all, And so no response. At that point in time, I went down to his feet. My father had a massive stroke years ago, and I just remember the doctors told us then.
About statements by doctors, fathers, I object to that.
I'm going to overrule the objection. You can continue, Mr. Day.
Thank you, Your Honor. So ultimately, I go to his feet and like rub the bottom of his feet, because my understanding, if you were to do that, how the feet respond, the toes respond, can indicate something, a brain injury or a head injury or something like that. And I remember that because of what my dad went through. So I did that on both of his feet, and it was clear that something was wrong. And I was like, he's got to go to the hospital, and he's got to go now.
Did you enforce that command?
He was going to the hospital. And so I don't want to say I enforced that on anyone, but I remember a question is, you really think he should go? Yes, he needs to go, and he's going to go now, and I'm going to take him. And that's exactly what I did.
Had you ever taken him to the hospital before?
I had. The November incidents that we're referring to, the exposure to black mold, he went to the hospital. It was close, like maybe like a Wednesday, Friday. I can't remember, real close in time. And those two times he was sick. He, again, wasn't feeling well and throwing up. And it was to his house, went to his house, and he you could tell obviously he wasn't feeling good. He was struggling, and those, he said he wanted to go. He said, take me. He said, I want to go to the hospital. Take me to the hospital.
And that was in November of 18?
Yes.
Was there another time you took him to?
Those were close. They were twice in the same incident. He went to CAMC at first, and then came home for a few days, and then was still sick, not feeling well, and then went back to CAMC.
Can I have just a moment, please? Can I have a moment? February the 6th of 2019. Had you been at the Cochran house?
Yes. On my way to work, my wife had me drop off like a flu care package is what I thought it was, because we were told that Natalie was sick and not feeling well. And I don't remember the time, but I went, I wasn't in the Cochran. I went to their house. At the front of their house, they had these doors that were almost kind of like they were glass doors. They looked like they both open. I don't know if they both open or not. I think one of them maybe open. And so I opened the door, put the bag there, and left. I didn't see anybody, or wasn't in the home until later.
So the first time you were at the Cochran house, you stayed outside. The second time was when you went inside, and that ended up with a trip to the hospital.
That's correct.
Did you look in the bag that you dropped off?
I did not.
Where'd you get the bag?
My wife.
That's all the questions the state has. Thank you.
Cross-examination, Mr. Vick.
Let's go. Let's see how he
Mr.
handles
Davis,
this great witness.
You testified on direct that on February 5th of 2019, Michael was a normal Michael, right? No problems, no nothing.
I don't remember any problems he was having on the 5th.
Do you remember Michael on October 30th of 2018?
Not specifically to that day.
Okay. Would there be something that would alert you to Michael being ill or Michael being sick or not himself or anything like that?
I don't remember that specific day. Are you referencing, is that when he went to the hospital in what I believe to be the 1st of November?
The day before he went to the hospital in October of 2018.
No, I don't recall the day before without any type of something to refresh that.
Nothing, however, would indicate that he was so sick that he would have to go to the hospital on October 30th, right?
Not that I recall.
And yet on October 31st, he was in a hospital with some pretty serious conditions, wasn't he?
I don't recall the specific date you're giving, so that's why I can't answer your question. But this is in reference to when he was hospitalized at CAMC,
Okay.
then you would be correct. He was hospitalized for several days for the black mold and the seizure.
Hold on, Mr. Davis. He went to the hospital on October 1st, on October 31st, and you don't recall anything as far as October 30th, whether he was in sad shape, whether he was in good shape, or anything of the nature.
I don't. I just
Okay.
remember
You
the day
don't.
he was sick. He was
The answer
sick and
is you
throwing up.
don't. Is that right? Yes or no?
Repeat the question, please.
The question is, you don't recall whether he was good, bad, indifferent, or whether he felt bad or anything of that kind. Yes or no?
The day before he went to the hospital?
That's right.
I don't recall the day before he went to the hospital.
But then he went back to the hospital on November the 2nd. Do you remember how he behaved on November 1st?
Yes, he wasn't feeling well. He was sick. The days between when he went to CAMC the first time,
he was sick that day,
and he came home, and he was home and sick for the next 2 days, whatever that day is, and then
that's why he went
back
to the
hospital the second time. Correct.
Okay. And you said that on, I guess, February 5th, he did not appear to be in any distress or anything of that kind.
I think what I said is I don't recall
Okay.
he was in distress on the 5th. I don't remember the 5th unless there's a specific event or place or time. I don't remember the 5th.
Do you remember talking to Lieutenant Bledsoe, who interviewed you in this case on or about, March 22nd, 2019?
I do.
Is it true that you told Lieutenant Bledsoe that in February of 2019, you observed Michael Cochran to mentally struggle while he was assisting you in installing a ceiling fan? Remember that?
I don't remember the statement specifically, but I do remember the event. We were putting a ceiling fan up in my house, and he would do the wiring.
I asked you, Mr. Davis, please listen. I asked you whether do you remember that conversation with Lieutenant Bledsoe?
I don't remember the specific conversation with Lieutenant Bledsoe.
Do you remember? Well, all right. is it true that in February of 2019, Michael Cochran was struggling mentally and was not feeling good?
He was stressed, waiting on his money.
I didn't ask you that.
And
I asked you
so
whether
I don't,
yes or no, sir. Did he act mentally? Did he struggle mentally? Tell me yes or no.
I believe that, again, he was definitely struggling because of his stress.
I didn't
and
ask
what
you
was
why,
going on.
sir.
So I do believe he was
Your
struggling
Honor,
mentally.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. Please instruct the witness to answer my question.
I think he did answer it towards the last. So let's move on.
Did he appear sick to you?
No, he didn't appear sick.
Okay. You observed him as having outbursts of stress and anger that wasn't like him. True? That's what you told the officer, isn't it?
I don't recall what I told the officer and what you're reading from. But if I told the officer that, that would probably be true. And because, again, he was very stressed.
Okay. Did you have any knowledge of Michael Cochran taking any type of supplements or any type of steroids or anabolics to further his bodybuilding physique?
Mike took supplements. He did not, to my knowledge, take steroids or anabolics for that purpose.
Okay.
It was generally workout supplements is what he referred to.
He took supplements. And did Michael have a seizure either in October of 2018 or November 2018?
I don't recall. I don't think so. I was never told that.
But on November the 2nd of 2006, he went to the hospital with the conditions eerily similar, if not identical, to the conditions that you saw him in on February the 6th. Would that be a case, sir?
I didn't know Mike in 2006. I don't know
I
any
mean, on 2006. I'm sorry, sir. In 2018, on November the 2nd, he went to the hospital with the same or extremely similar conditions that you found him in February of 2019.
No, he did not.
No, he did not.
Because in February of 2019, he was unresponsive. In November of 2018, he was talking to me, vomiting, and participating in wanting to go to the hospital. So they were two different.
So if there was testimony that he was sleeping in the hospital, perhaps under some type of anesthesia or some type of medication, that would not be true? Or would that be true?
I don't think I understand your question. When is he sleeping in the hospital that
In
you're referring to?
November of 2018, when he is in the hospital, between November the 2nd and then November the 6th, there was a time when he was asleep in the hospital. Do you remember that time? You were there with him, I presume.
I'm sure he was asleep when he was in the hospital. I don't remember any particular time that you're referencing. When he went to the hospital, they treated him. And was he in the hospital and treated at some time and sleeping in the hospital? I think that's probably true.
Now, was he sleeping in some form of induced coma, or was he in some type of under some type of medication? Do you know?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I know that he goes to the hospital, they admit him and they're treating him and he is in the hospital.
And then they tell you, because you told the police officer, that Michael, well, let's start with that. Michael is combative, right? Michael doesn't want to be in a hospital.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be in the hospital. Are we referencing November?
Did he want to be in a hospital in November of 2018?
He asked me to take him to the hospital. While he was in the hospital, did he want to leave the hospital? Yes.
Did he claim that he would never go back to a hospital to you?
Over the 10 years I knew him, he probably claimed several times he didn't want to go back to the hospital.
Now, you learned that Michael may have had a mass on his brain, didn't you?
That's correct. That's what we were told while we were waiting in the hospital in November.
Okay. And then the diagnosis was somewhat changed to the swelling of the brain, correct?
That's probably correct. I don't remember that specifically. We didn't have interaction with the doctors. We're being told these things. So I just don't remember that specifically.
But you learned that Michael had a whole series of extremely serious medical conditions as he was discharged from the hospital.
No, my understanding is that he had seizures. He was exposed to black mold, and through that they determined he has seizures, and he was placed on medicine. That's the only medical conditions that we were ever told.
All right, let me ask you this. You learned that he had encephalopathy, right? Brain swelling. Did you or did you not?
I don't recall that diagnosis,
You don't recall.
but I would
Okay.
defer to
Do
those
you-
medical records.
If you don't
And if they
recall,
say it, then I believe
Mr.
it
Davis,
exists.
Your Honor, Mr. Davis, I asked you a simple question. Do you recall being told that Michael had
Object.
encephalopathy?
Badgering.
Do you or don't you?
I was never told his diagnosis.
Okay. No, any diagnosis?
Other than he had seizures and it was exposed to black mold.
Okay. Were you told that he had seizure-like activities? Were you or not?
I was told he had seizures.
Okay.
I wasn't told in your
Yes
word.
or no,
he had-
sir?
I'm answering your question. You
Yes
said
or
that
no?
he has seizure-like
Yes or no, Mr.
activities.
Davis?
And I
Your
never
Honor,
was told he had
please
seizure-like
instruct the
activities.
witness to answer my question.
Mr. Victor, pose the question, please.
Did you learn that he had seizure-like activity prior to going to the hospital, Mr. Davis? Yes or no?
Going to the hospital in November?
Yes.
No.
No. All right. Did you learn that he had conditions such as urinary retention, chronic sinusitis, confusion, brain swelling? Did you learn about these conditions?
No.
No. Okay. So if you told Lieutenant Bledsoe otherwise, that would not be true, right?
Again, I would defer to the medical records. If those medical records said that, and at some point in time, I recalled that through the medical record and repeated that, then it would be accurate. I'm saying today, I don't recall hearing those specific diagnoses.
Did you know that Mr. Cochran was prescribed medication for encephalopathy by Dr. Ward? Did you know that or not?
Is that seizure medicine?
Did you know that he was prescribed the medication for brain swelling by Dr. Ward? Did you or not?
I don't know if I know. He was prescribed seizure medicine. I don't know if that's what that is. Mr. Vicker. If it is, then yes, I knew it. If it's not seizure medicine, then no, I did not know.
Okay. Did you know whether he religiously took that medication as prescribed by the doctor? Did you? Or did you not?
We were told by Natalie that he stopped taking
No,
the
I'm
medicine.
not asking you about Natalie. Did you know from Mr. Cochran or from anybody else but Natalie that he was taking that medication as ordered by the doctor?
Yes, he indicated to me he was taking his seizure medication in December.
Okay. How about January?
He never specifically told me he was taking it or he was not taking it. And that our conversations were more about flying as it related to the seizure medicine.
Prior to February the 6th, you were advised that Natalie Cochran had a flu and she was sick. Yes or no?
On February, yes, prior to February 6th, she was sick with flu-like symptoms.
Flu-like symptoms. And you were also advised that Mr. Cochran was sick that day. Yes or no?
On February 6th? Yes.
Okay. As you sit here today, you do not know what caused Mr. Cochran's condition on February the 6th. You have no personal knowledge of that.
I have no personal knowledge.
Now, did you know that he was taking a whole slew of medications, other such as, for example, Keppra? Do you know what Keppra is?
I have no clue. And I knew no medicine that he was taking other than when he would reference seizure medicine. Outside of that, I didn't know of any other medicine he was taking.
Did you know that he was diagnosed with an acute respiratory failure, sir, when he was in the hospital?
I think we were told by Natalie he had that.
How about convulsive status epilepticus, epilepsy, perhaps? Did you know that?
I don't recall ever hearing that from anyone.
So if those were the diagnoses from the hospital in February of 2019, you wouldn't have any reason to debate the knowledge of the medical experts.
You're correct. I don't know what the diagnosis was.
Okay. Now, and I'm very sorry to hear that, but your son, I understand, was afflicted with diabetes 1, right?
That's correct.
Is he an adult now, sir? I mean,
he thinks he is.
Okay.
He's 19, and yes, he's as much of an adult, I guess, he can be.
Okay. And you had in your possession always some form of medication, such as insulin, that would.
No, we don't always have that in our possession. No, he wears an insulin pump.
Right.
And it houses the insulin.
Okay.
But yes, do we always have insulin, say, for instance, at our home? Yes. Okay. If we traveled a long distance, we would have it with us. That's correct. He's in college, so he has it with him.
All right.
Yes.
Okay, sure. Were you ever tasked, sir, with injecting your son with the Humalog insulin so as to maintain his life and his
Yes.
regular condition?
Yes.
How much of that Humalog would you inject, sir?
It was situation specific. So what would happen is you would only inject the insulin necessary to combat the carbs to which he was ingesting.
Right.
So you may inject 1 unit. My
And-
wife was much better at this, but if he ate 20 carbs, the ratio may be 1 to 20. So it depends on what he ate, how much you
And
inject.
we're talking about a little vial or less than a vial.
For a 1 injection, it could be, if he, like I said, if he ate crackers, you may only give him 3 units. And 3 units would be, I'm holding my hand up because I'm envisioning the needle.
Right.
3 units would be small.
How about, did he ever need more than 3 units?
Oh, absolutely.
And
Again, that's
how much?
situational specific.
Well, all right. Situation. What was the largest amount of Humalog that you ever injected, you or your wife ever injected into your son's body? Well, show us. This much, that much.
I couldn't answer that because
10 units, 12 units.
I think those are possible. You got to remember when you're injecting him with insulin and he was dependent upon using needles, he would get anywhere from 5 to 6 to 10 injections a day.
Right.
So if you take that and multiply that by a year and a half or 2 years or whatever it is, I couldn't tell you the max we ever gave him. Nor can I tell you the minimum we ever gave.
Tell me what a unit is, just for.
It is.
Is it in milligrams? Is it in nanograms? Is it in decagrams? What is it?
I have no clue.
Okay.
It's a little line on a needle.
Okay.
And so I have no clue how it's rated.
And how did that Humalog react after about 15 minutes? After about 20 minutes?
It would. I don't know the reaction time.
Uh-huh.
I know that what we tried to do was to determine what insulin he was going to need and try to give him a shot 15 to 20 minutes before he would eat.
Right.
Because it was the fast acting insulin.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I really don't know the specifics of how it metabolizes or what it does. I can tell you that in our son now, even with the pump, that he can eat 100 carbs, his 2 Big Macs, and his blood sugar will go up, and as it's reacting to the insulin, it'll then level itself out, come down. It could be hours. So
He never dropped on the floor or dropped unconscious after you injected him with a Humalog, did he?
Oh, praise the Lord. No, he did not, because it was administered to him correctly.
Right. I note, like with the other gentleman who testified here earlier, that you were in phenomenal physical shape.
Flattery
must
gets
be-
you nowhere, Mr. Victor.
You must be working out, Mr. Davis.
I don't work out, but I appreciate the compliment.
Have you ever worked out with Michael Cochran?
No,
No.
no.
You've never participated in any sports events that would require pumping iron or
No, we never pumped iron together.
okay. But you know that Michael Cochran was a bodybuilder. Did you know that?
He was in great physical shape and took care of his body. I didn't know him to ever participate in bodybuilding.
Okay.
So to say he's a bodybuilder, but Mike was in great shape.
But he participated in the Toughman contest.
Yes, he did. And won.
And winning.
Yes.
He also participated in what is it, track pulling competitions or something like that, where great physical strength was required.
Oh yeah, he would participate in those things. I don't remember him ever doing a truck pull, but I know he would participate in those type of I think of like a Spartan event, like Spartan events.
What year would he participate in those? Like 2018, 2019, 2017?
I don't remember the years.
Would it be at the time when his heart was about to burst because he had a mass on his heart or mass on when his brain was about to burst because he had a mass on his brain or he has brain swollen?
I don't remember what year he participated in those events. If he had that medical condition at some time in the past, I'm unaware of that.
Did he ever tell you that he had any heart condition?
No, he did not.
Did you ever know about his heart condition?
Not that I recall.
Have you ever seen him in a seizure type of a situation?
I've never seen him in a seizure.
Okay. Okay. When you went to Ms. Cochran's house on November the 6th, sir, who was there? Who was present?
Thomas Treadway.
Excuse me just a minute. Is this November the 6th?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Did I say November?
I thought he said, I thought you meant February. I apologize.
Strike that. Apologize to the jury. February the 6th.
Sure.
Who was present in the Cochran's home, sir?
I remember Thomas Treadway, Natalie, Mike, Penny, and then Penny's husband, Mario.
Several people, right? So,
yes, and now I think Mario may have been outside when I first got there.
Sure.
But at one point in time, he's in the home in the living room. So those are the people there, and it seems like there was someone else, but
how about the children?
I thought, but I may not. I don't remember. I don't specifically remember seeing Ashton or Nikki directly, but it seemed like I thought I may have saw Nikki, but
Natalie wasn't there alone with Mr. Cochran.
No, those people were there with
several
her.
people. So it didn't look to you like somebody was trying to hide the medical condition of Mr. Cochran or conceal it from other people.
At that point in time, I didn't think anything different other than he was not feeling well and doing worse and was there.
All right. Did you see any syringes when you were there?
I don't recall seeing any syringes.
Did you see any vials of insulin when you were there?
I don't recall seeing insulin.
Okay. Was there a time when you and Mr. Hamilton or Ms. Hamilton have to hold Michael down when he started moving?
On February the
February
6th?
the 6th.
No.
Was he ever?
He was unresponsive the
He was
whole time I
unresponsive.
saw him on February the 6th.
Okay. And in November, you had to do that. November, when he was in the hospital in November, you had to do that, right?
There was a time in the November events that, yes, when he was in the hospital, he was in the bed, and it wasn't just me and Mr. Hamilton. I think Jonathan Bowen was there. I mean, Jason Bowen was there at that time. He was one of their contractors. Yeah, and he was in the bed, and I remember we were, in essence, holding him down to try to say, look, you have to stay in the bed.
Did you, well, I presume you, in that friendship that lasted, some nine years or so, you had more than enough opportunities to eat meals with Ms. Cochran, Mr. Cochran, have dinners, lunches, and whatnot. Was he ever, did you ever observe for him to use any medication with his meals, supplements, steroids, anything of that kind?
Well, I can answer the last part of your question. Okay. I never saw him use a steroid or anything like that. Did he ever take supplements while we had meals over the last 9 years? I don't. I'm sure that after a meal or during a meal, I probably saw Mike take medicine, whatever that would be for a headache or whatever. We had a lot of meals together. And so I just don't recall, but it's possible that I did see him take something after a meal.
Did you ever notice that Mr. Cochran had his own place where he kept his own medication in the Cochran's home?
No, I don't recall ever seeing where he kept his medication.
Did you ever have Natalie Cochran keep the insulin for your son at her home?
No, there'd be no reason for her to keep my son's insulin.
I understand that she was allowed to pick up her insulin for your son because your wife, and I presume you, trusted her so much with the insulin that she could give to your son.
Well, she never gave, to my knowledge, insulin to my son. Whether or not she could pick up the medicine, that my wife would know that more than I would know that. I don't know. I mean, if there's an authorization that says she's allowed to pick it up, then that'd be true.
Okay.
But she never gave, I don't recall any time where Natalie ever gave Gavin insulin.
What was the, well, and again, I'm not going to say absolutely anything negative about your son or anything like that. I'm just going to ask you whether your son and your family had a plan for, the treatment of the diabetes if you and your wife were not capable or not able to give him the medication that he needed.
Well, the plan was that one of us would always do that. So there was no plan outside of my wife and I.
So there was never any indication that Natalie Cochran would be allowed to do anything with the insulin and your son.
I don't think I quite understand your question.
I mean, if you and your wife could not give your son the medicine, insulin, that
Correct.
he obviously would need, was Natalie Cochran ever entitled or ever given the right by you to treat him with insulin?
No, I never asked her to treat him with insulin.
Okay. All right. That bag that you left at the door of Mr. and Mrs. Cochran that you didn't look inside, do you know if she ever found that bag, or whether she ever looked inside, or whether she ever used the contents of it?
Is she, are we referring to Natalie?
Well, yeah, Miss Cochran.
Okay.
Do you know?
I know
First
the bag.
hand. First hand.
The bag was not there where I left it earlier in the day when I returned. What happened to the bag? I have no idea.
Okay. All right. If I may have a second. That's all the questions I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very well. Redirect Mr. Truman.
Defense counsel asked you if, or implied that because there were so many people, that there was no attempt to hide Michael Cochran's condition. You recall that question?
I do.
Not only did she not try to hide it, she sent this picture to a whole bunch of people, including Jennifer Davis, correct?
Correct.
You know, the state moves to state 6, which I cleverly forgot to do.
Any objection?
I'm sorry.
It's number 6. State's number 6.
No, Your Honor.
It is submitted.
It's all the questions the state has, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Bishop?
Oh,
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
May this witness be excused?
So far as the state's concerned, yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Davis. You may step down. You are excused.
And at this point in time, you guys, wait a minute, where I'm at. Now, at this point in time, we're going to end with this witness, and it's an excellent witness to end with. You know, now this testimony we just heard will definitely be the highlighted upload, right? So, what specifically did we get to today for part 2? What I got was from the first witness, you know, that the defendant and her friends didn't have no problem doing each other favors. What I mean by that is we found out from the first witness that she was sick, and so she just, you know, it was real convenient. She was able to call her what is she? Some type of medical friend who can make prescriptions, and she requested some steroid injections. Okay, we found out that the defendant had a lot of people in and out that house, you know, to see Michael while he was in bad shape on that couch after he had collapsed on the floor following a seizure. We found out that the friends that came through there, you know, they saw him, they saw the shape he was in, and they did advise Natalie that, hey, you probably need to take him to the doctor. That'd be a good thing to do. But she still kept protesting and saying, no, that's not what he wants. Let me see. We also saw something that was really important, was that, to me, that text message that she sent to that first witness saying that it seemed like where she was telling a friend that they had made the decision to take him off the life support, and it seemed really, really, really casual. Let me see. We found out that, yeah, the bank had some questioning for him regarding that Ponzi scheme aspect. They had to go in person. So when they made a loose appointment or, a loose appointment with the bank, surprisingly or ironically enough, the day they were supposed to go to the bank, all this with Michael, where he collapsed and fell out and supposedly, according to the state, got poisoned. That was the day before they were supposed to go to the bank in person, both parties, about some discrepancies in the account. And they never made it there because Michael ended up dying. This is important for the state's case of saying that this was all a concerted effort to keep her husband from blowing the whistle on her Ponzi scheme. So that's the things I found very interesting today. I see you guys y'all stayed active. Y'all stayed here throughout this trial. So I know that y'all are engaged. This is part 2. We'll be back tomorrow, same bad channel, same bad time, 11 a.m. for Central Standard Time tomorrow for part 3 for our trial watch. The actual trial itself is currently on real time day 5 today. Okay, so we actually got through this, really. Let's see. They got one more witness. I should have just waited. Well, you know what? That must mean the lady that's going to stay in the next one. But we'll pick up tomorrow because I got to get off live. But she was the one. Okay, so apparently they letting the witnesses sit in the court. Okay, sometimes they do that. The reason I said that is I just read ball to see how far we was in date at the end of this day 2 that we reviewing, and the witness that takes the stand next, I know I seen her in the courtroom gallery yesterday. So that's interesting. But we'll talk about that tomorrow. So we had one more, but I really got to get busy because I'm going to come back on this evening with some type of content, whether this channel or my other channel. So I need to get off of here. But this has been the excellent trial watch. Thank y'all so much for participating. Rockwell said, oh, she's cooked. She brought this little child into this disgusting itch. That itch is evil extra time. Okay. Wow, abusing her privilege. Right. Rockwell said, "Oh, prayers for this man's family and friends." Right. It was very touching how much this man loved his friend. You know, he loved his friend. Lady Self says, "So have they been, has it been determined that the girl with the red hair is a child?" No, it's not determined by, you know, specifically yet by her going on a stand with herself. But if you really take a good look at her, I bet y'all my bottom dollar, my last $2, that is their daughter. We're gonna find out later on as the trial progress, right? So, everyone, this was an excellent trial watch. You guys are officially court is not in session, adjourned. I'll see y'all on tomorrow for the trial watch. See y'all later. Thank y'all for joining. Please hit the subscribe and the like button on the way out. Thank you again for the super chat, Living. And thank you again for the Cash App. Yes, Living, it was some interesting points and some great attorneying. All right, y'all.
Thanks for watching. Do not forget click the subscribe button and hit the bell icon. Like, comment and share. See you next time.